do an ad saying, Senator Baldwin says this, but, this is where I was raised. This is where I went to high school. This is where, I'm a proud Badger, and this is where my business, and this is where my family home is. And if she's not going to be honest with you about where I'm from and live, why couldn't you believe her about anything? But you just keep marshal on, and you keep talking about issues that, the American public really cares about, like inflation, like the fentanyl crisis. So those are the things that I stay focused on, and I think it's resonating.
With the convention coming up next week, the parties put out their agenda platform before the conventions. This time, there's no nationwide abortion ban in there. There's been pushback from some conservatives on that. How pragmatic does the party have to be on that issue, whatever your personal belief is? Like former President Trump said, look, you've got to get elected.
Look, it's been put back to the states. The reality of it is it will never get resolved in Washington because you would need one party not only controlling the presidency and the House, but 60 Senate seats because of the filibuster. So it's been pushed back to the states. My position has been very clear. The people of Wisconsin should resolve this in a compassionate, common sense way. I, believe in the beauty of life. And I agree with exceptions. And I agree that early on in a woman's pregnancy, that a woman should have a right to choose. However, there comes a point where a baby can be born healthy and alive where it's unconscionable to terminate that child's life. And Senator Baldwin has voted literally to allow abortions to happen up to the point of delivery, which is just unbelievable, unconscionable to me. So, look, I think it has to come back to the voters, and every voter will have their vote, and will arrive at a solution in Wisconsin on this issue, like many other states have done.
Last question, just about the convention. Does something like that, do you think, help Republicans in the state that's hosting it? Maybe people in Wisconsin pay a little more attention to what Republicans have to say than they would have otherwise. Maybe they're watching the convention a little more closely. Do you think it helps a little bit?
I think it will help. Let's face it. It's not me saying this. Everybody has heard this. Whoever wins Wisconsin, will win the presidency. Wisconsin will be the deciding state. That's why Joe Biden has spent more time and more money in Wisconsin than any other state.
Eric Hovde, running for the United States Senate, Republican candidate, presumably, from the great state of Wisconsin. Eric, good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you so much.
And all next week, you can hear Fox News Audio's live nightly coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, plus coverage and analysis every day here on the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Summer is heating up, just like the deals at Omaha Steaks. From perfectly aged steaks to juicy burgers, Omaha Steaks is your summer grilling headquarters. Shop the Hotter Than Fire sale at omahasteaks.com for exclusive, unconditional money-back guaranteed packages starting at $99. Plus, get an extra $10 off with promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Visit omahasteaks.com, code SIZZLE for an extra $10 off. Shop the Hotter Than Fire sale today, before these deals go up in smoke.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Hey, it's Rhea. Keep the summer vibes going with Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. They are proudly celebrating 35 years in business. Over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, and the all-new GX has arrived. Being veteran-owned, family-operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner, Lexus of Cherry Hill provides luxury customer service. So go talk to Tony and his team to set yourself up with some of the best deals of the year. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
I was proud to be a soldier.
I told the truth and got kicked out.
And so I thought to myself, I'm taking this rule down.
If you're an LGBTQ+ veteran, your memories are important too. Share your story with the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, where first-hand accounts from U.S. military veterans are preserved and made accessible for researchers and future generations. Visit loc.gov/vets to submit your stories, photographs, and documents today.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, July 11th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Democratic leaders are now publicly expressing doubts over President Biden's candidacy in the 2024 election. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer has more.
What a week for President Biden as more and more Democrats are calling on him to drop out of the presidential race. And some of the most powerful Democrats are now open to leaving Biden off the ticket. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries raised eyebrows with reports and comments regarding Biden's candidacy. Axios is reporting that Schumer is open to supporting a different candidate for the Democratic ticket. And according to reports, Schumer has been listening to donor suggestions on a path forward for the party. However, Chuck Schumer maintains his support for President Biden.
Meantime, Vermont Senator Peter Welch becomes the first Senate Democrat to call for President Biden to step down for, quote, the good of the country. The president, however, remains committed to staying in the race. The summer meeting of U.S. governors kicking off today in Utah. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more on that.
The National Governors Association's summer meeting in Salt Lake City will feature bipartisan conversations on issues in states, commonwealths, and territories. One of the association's priorities is Disagree Better, an initiative launched last year in an effort to help people engage in healthier conversations, especially when it comes to deep divides over politics. Governors will hear from federal officials, business leaders, academic world standouts, and Oscar-winning actor Matthew McConaughey, who will be part of a discussion on the role of culture in polarization. The summer meeting of the NGA runs through tomorrow. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
As American officials celebrate NATO's 75th anniversary, they are also reiterating the U.S.'s commitment to the alliance. Fox's Kevin Uretsky has more in this Securing America.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying Wednesday,
any attempt to undermine NATO only undermines American security.
Officials also admit the geopolitical landscape continues to change. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
With not only new actors posing challenges, but also new means, new methods.
Military leaders say the war in Ukraine has changed NATO's approach. American General Chris Cavoli is the supreme allied commander in Europe.
Instead of what will you make available, the question is, if we got into a large-scale fight, what would you not make available? We assume you'll make most of your military available.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Well, the city attorney of Sacramento in California warning a local Target retail store that they could face consequences if they don't stop calling police after the store gets robbed. Fox's Christina Coleman has more details on this story.
The Sacramento City's attorney's office warned a Target store that it could face a public nuisance charge for calling police over and over to report on the thieves repeatedly stealing from the property, according to the Sacramento Bee. Now, the local CBS affiliate reports that the city's office drafted a letter with a warning but never sent it. Either way, the mention of this was concerning to local lawmakers who say this state is too soft on crime. Retail crime remains a huge problem in this state, especially in the Bay Area. Since January, California's Organized Retail Crime Task Force recovered more than 216,000 stolen goods valued at nearly $5.7 million.
California Secretary of State announcing that petitioners had gathered enough signatures to put a measure to reform Proposition 47 on the ballot, which would enhance penalties for drug and theft crimes if passed. Thousands of Texans still without power as cleanup continuing following Hurricane Beryl, which made landfall early on Monday morning this past week. The storm system now still dumping significant amounts of rain to upstate New York, parts of southern Canada, as well as in Ohio and across Pennsylvania. The rain and the storm system expected to completely be out of the Northeast by the weekend. And Bob Dylan fans going to have something to sing about come September. Fox's Michelle Polino has more on this.
Bob Dylan is releasing a 27 box set that includes full recordings of 27 out of the 40 shows he played on his 1974 concert tour with the band. This concert was Dylan's theatrical return to the stage with the backing of his group, with whom he made his most memorable music. The set will be released September 20th and will retail for nearly $130. It includes some 417 previously unreleased performances. The 1974 live recordings will only be his third largest box set, following the 47 CD complete album collection released in 2013 and the 36 CD set chronicling Dylan and the band's 1966 tour. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
And articles of impeachment being introduced against two Supreme Court justices.
New York progressive Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez claims the Supreme Court has a, quote, inability to preserve its own legitimate conduct. The Congresswoman's articles of impeachment against Justice Clarence Thomas accuses him of failing to disclose financial income, gifts, and reimbursements, while the articles against Justice Samuel Alito accuses him of failing to recuse himself, quote, from cases in which he had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party in cases before the court. The articles have little chance of passing the Republican-controlled House. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And there's your rundown for this Thursday morning, July 11th, 2024. I'm Ted Linder, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Next week, Rich Zioli will be at the center of the political universe in Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention. Listen afternoons 3 till 7 every day next week for live coverage of breaking news. The inside scoop from top political experts. What's happening on the convention floor and the issues that matter most to you.
Which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom?
Power always resides with the people. Always.
Rich Zioli live from the Republican National Convention. Afternoons 3 till 7 all next week. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Now, with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game 10, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's hot out there, and your inefficient windows mean high utility bills all year long. Window Nation sells some of the most energy-efficient windows you can buy and was recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Stop paying more than you have to. Schedule an in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Yes.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The records continued on Wall Street Wednesday. The S&P 500 up 57 for its sixth straight record close, 37th of the year, closing above 5,600 for the first time ever. The Nasdaq gained 218 for its seventh straight record close, 27th of the year, and the Dow had its best day since the end of May, gaining 429. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell again signaling the Fed might begin cutting interest rates soon, telling the House Financial Services Committee Wednesday, quote, "We're not just an inflation-targeting central bank, we also have an employment mandate." The Biden administration stepping up tariffs on imports of steel and aluminum products coming from Mexico and Canada, but originating in China, Russia, and Iran. 25% tariffs for steel, 10% for aluminum. And today we get the Consumer Price Index for June and earnings reports from Conagra Brands, Delta Airlines, and PepsiCo. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The countdown to Election Day includes some now familiar warnings about foreign efforts to meddle in the U.S. election.
I just want to convey and a firm message from here to Iran and any other foreign actor that seeks to conduct these types of influence activities, meddling in our politics and seeking to stroke division is unacceptable.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre telling reporters Tuesday the president had been briefed after the director of national intelligence, Avril Haines, said Iran is becoming increasingly aggressive with its influence efforts, including trying to capitalize on pro-Palestinian protests over the fighting in Gaza. Haines says Iranian government actors, posing as others, have been encouraging more protests, even providing financial support. And it's an issue that generates bipartisan concern. House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking at the Hudson Institute earlier this week.
If Iran and the enemies of Israel were able to eliminate Israel as a state, they would then shift their focus from Jerusalem to Washington. I mean, they hate us almost as much as they hate Israel.
This as the Justice Department breaks up a Russian disinformation campaign, tapping into not only social media, but artificial intelligence.
Well, they found almost 1,000 fake social media accounts that were operated by a bot farm, which is essentially a bunch of robots.
Fox News Justice correspondent David Spunt.
That were at the origin of Russia, that started in Russia. A Russian intelligence official, according to the FBI and DOJ, was involved in this plot, as well as a deputy editor for RT, which is Russia Today, which is the state-run news organization based in Moscow that Vladimir Putin has a strong hold on. And according to the FBI and according to the DOJ, they were able to essentially shut down two sites that were allowing 968 fake email accounts to be made, and those fake email accounts were creating fake social media profiles with artificial intelligence being used for photographs of people. I just spoke a few minutes ago to a Russian disinformation expert that said, listen, 5 years ago, people would have been catfished. They would have grabbed pictures of real people in the United States to make them seem like, they were people in the United States and then posted fake stuff on social media. Now they're actually using artificial intelligence to create fake people that look like real people that just do not exist on this earth. And these Russian bot farms were making it seem like these were Americans that were spouting off pro-Putin talking points, anti-Ukrainian talking points, and that sort of thing.
Wow. And that really adds an extra layer of danger, right? If these profiles look like they belong to Americans because other users in the U.S. think they're looking at a U.S. profile and think that what they're seeing and hearing is something that a fellow American is thinking and saying.
100%, and that's what the concern is that it's not so much trying to stop free speech of someone that's Russian, that's coming over and giving a pro-Putin point of view. I mean, the United States prides itself on the exchange of ideas and free speech, but it's people in Russia creating bots, robots, to essentially pretend that they are American and, creating fake pictures and whatnot. And that was flooding the idea marketplace on the internet, and that's where the FBI and Justice Department say is a big no-no.
How was this bot scheme disrupted? How did they find out about it and stop it? Did it just look unusual, this activity?
Yeah, that's part of it. They got some tips. In her tips, they also had some other countries help them. The Netherlands Intelligence Service, they are looking at other people, and we may see more of this type of activity as far as announcements of shutdowns are concerned leading up to the election. But I will say in this case, as is typical, nobody's been arrested here. Nobody's going to be brought to the United States. I don't want to say never 100% because you never know what could happen. But it's not like this person with RT and this Russian intel person are going to be brought to a U.S. jail. The punishment here is putting this on full blast and shining a light on it by the FBI and DOJ to hopefully stop other people and have them go back underground and maybe stop what they're doing because they say, hey, listen, we don't want ours being exposed like this too. But I think the real risk is that you have many, many more of these that are actively out there and in the open. This just happened to be on stage, if you will.
One of the fake messages was a video of Russia's president talking about the war in Ukraine. Is Ukraine, in an effort to shift public opinion about the war, the main focus of this disinformation effort?
Correct. It seems to be Ukraine is what prompted this. A lot of these efforts began back in 2022, around the time that Russia invaded Ukraine. So there is definitely a Ukrainian nexus here, with Ukraine being the victim here. I don't want to make it sound like a Ukrainian nexus, but a Ukrainian a nexus with Ukraine being the victim and really getting attacked here, because a lot of these points, not a lot of these points, virtually all of these points are pro-Putin, pro-Russia propaganda messages, and that's what the concern is that these robots are pretending like they're American citizens talking about it, so then other American citizens will look and go, well, that's an interesting point that I didn't think about, and it's all just complete BS.
The Justice Department announcement came just as the top U.S. intel official, Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines, warned of efforts in Iran to exploit pro-Palestinian protests using online posts to encourage more unrest in the U.S. on that issue. Can we keep up if adversaries are, prepared to pounce on any raw nerve, on any issue that has Americans fired up?
Oh, well, and speaking to the officials that I have in law enforcement and intelligence, yes, they can keep up. It's tough, but they have their eyes literally in a 360-degree circle looking out at all the time. What you mentioned with Iran and Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, that's a very similar idea of what we're talking about with this Russian bot farm. But there you have those behind the Iranian regime who are using and exploiting these pro-Palestinian protests to also spread misinformation and sow discord in the United States. So similar, not the same, obviously, but very similar. And it's all about, at the end of the day, the common denominator is infiltrating into the United States to sow discord here, to get people upset here, to pit people against each other, to make neighbors upset with each other and families upset with each other before we head into the election. And the fear of these intelligence officials and law enforcement officials that we've spoken to is it's just only going to ramp up. I mean, we have just a few more months to the election. It's only going to ramp up. Doesn't mean that it's going to go away on January 21st, the day after the inauguration, whomever gets inaugurated, but it is something that they're going to continue to see increase here in the next few months.
What about if we think back to the 2016 election and all of the concerns about Russia and disinformation then? Did anything change coming out of that investigation? Or are the same factors in play in Russia? For instance, the Internet Research Agency that was often called a Russian troll farm.
Yeah, so I think that, yes, the basic principles of troll farms and bot farms and Russia coming in and trying to infiltrate and throw people off balance in the United States, those dirty tricks and those tricks are still here from 2016 and from 1984 and from whatever years you want to look at in the past, going back to the Cold War and Khrushchev and Kennedy. What's different now, even from 2016, even from 2020, are two letters. And those two letters are AI, artificial intelligence, because it makes it so much more confusing for people, so much more difficult to spot these people, because these pictures of these people that are included in this Department of Justice complaint show people that look like real people. They don't look like computerized people. They look like real people. And you can only imagine how much better the technology is going to get in 2026 for the midterms and 2028 for the next presidential election. So I think that's what officials are really grappling with, is the rise of artificial intelligence.
It really has that genie out of a bottle feel. So it's reassuring when investigators tell you that, yes, they are on top of it, and yes, it takes a lot of effort, but they can keep up with it. And is that really their message to the American people at this point, especially ahead of Election Day?
Oh, yes, I think absolutely. Everyone that we've spoken to is that they feel confident that they can handle it. They're being taxed, but they're big agencies, and these are multiple different agencies, and they can, do multiple things at one time. It's just a different type of enemy now, whereas before it was just one large animal or monster, if you will. Now it's just, multiple that are floating around at all times, that may be smaller than the original one. But it certainly is keeping them watching in all directions. But yes, everybody that I've spoken to, at least what they tell me, I'm a reporter, right? They're not going to tell me that they don't feel confident, but they do feel confident. And it seems genuine in their conversations that they feel they have it under control. And that's why they want to get this stuff out here, is to show people that, hey, listen, we are doing stuff, we are doing this, and it's not only to assure Americans that we're under control, but it's also to tell people in Russia who are watching this news and perhaps listening to this podcast that we are going to do something about this, and we are watching. So be careful.
Fox News Justice Correspondent David Spunt, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me anytime.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you felt like booking your timeshare was difficult in the past, you know it's been almost impossible over the last few years. With an A+ rating at the BBB, our clients know Lone Star Transfer is the only company they can trust. We guarantee the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. Call us today to receive a free, no-obligation consultation at 833-594-0077 or online at lonestartransfer.com.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame Night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Who doesn't love a family reunion? Come to ours on Sunday, August 18th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals and Toyota Phillies Alumni Day. Secure your seats at phillies.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Vermont's Peter Welch, the first Senate Democrat to publicly say President Biden should not run for re-election. At least 8 other lawmakers on the Democratic side have called for him to bow out. But Pennsylvania's John Fetterman tells Fox's Jesse Waters Primetime he is standing by the president.
He certainly isn't as sharp as he was 5 or 10 years ago. Of course, that's a reality. But that really doesn't mean much for me personally about my supporting the president.
Republican Texas Senator Ted Cruz weighed in on the issue on Fox's Hannity.
I think the odds are about 80% that they're going to pull the cord on Joe Biden. I think his cognitive disabilities are so enormous now.
President Biden meets with Ukrainian President Zelensky today and holds his first solo news conference of the year since his shaky debate performance last month. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Clippers star Kawhi Leonard is out for the Paris Olympics. In a statement, USA Basketball said in part that Leonard, quote, respects that USA Basketball and the Clippers determined it's in his best interest to spend the remainder of the summer preparing for the upcoming season rather than participating in the Olympic Games in Paris. Leonard was preparing for his first Olympic Games, but he'll be replaced by Celtics guard Derek White, who is coming off an NBA title with Boston. Leonard has dealt with numerous injuries over the last several seasons, missing 256 regular season games over the past 7 years, according to ESPN. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The lack of a correlation between not necessarily scandal with the NBA, but a decline in viewership overall for nationally televised games, for playoffs, for the finals, and it doesn't seem to be hitting the overall product of what the owners can make. I look back a year ago, one team I think lost money. It was the Brooklyn Nets. Was the only team to lose money for that season. And every other NBA team was profitable because of their revenue sharing, because of their television, media rights package, everything. So the league has actually improved in a time, Hutton, that we would look at and say, especially through COVID in 2020 and the bubble, we would say, boy, it probably hadn't gotten any better since 2017, right? There's probably more teams losing money. That's not the case. More teams are making money from 2017 to now, and I just don't really understand it other than going back to what Mark Cuban always argues with Clay Travis, and that is that they have the right demographics paying attention to them. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
as America's
This is a
largest
Bloomberg
injury
Money
firm.
Minute. How much are you willing to pay to save? Costco's annual membership fee has been $60 since 2017, but in September it'll go up to $65. The 7-year wait is unusual. Costco historically raises membership fees every 5 years or so. Amazon's annual Prime Day sale has more company this year. Macy's jumping in for the first time with what the department store is calling All-Star Week. It starts Tuesday, but shoppers at all kinds of stores are seeing less variety on shelves. The Wall Street Journal says brands like Hasbro and retailers including Dollar General are slimming their product offerings to focus more on items customers want and are more profitable. And people in Houston trying to find the location of electricity blackouts found they could rely on Whataburger. After the hit from Hurricane Beryl, the city's largest electric utility was in the dark. CenterPoint Energy had no working outage map, so people used the Whataburger app to see which restaurants were open and had power. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
This is the story of the one.
As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Big Boy Thursday. It is July 11th, and it is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, that is the phone number to jump in. On social media at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting again with us this morning. We've got Henry and Phil here as well. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Sean, how you doing, big boy?
I got to tell you, first of all, I got my diapers on. We're all good. I baby powder, a little bit. We're all good to go here. I am so ready to be a big boy with our big boy president. The big boy press conference. Everything's going to be big. It's going to be great. It's going to be so great. I've been looking forward to this my entire life, like Phil Collins. I could feel it coming in the air tonight. I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh, Lord. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thursday. I'm excited.
Let's have a Thursday, shall we? A lot of good things to get to.
Let's have a Thursday for the history books. Let's go.
Let's do it. Very interesting, too, with the timing of the big boy press conference today, as Joe Biden will address the nation at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And I think that's interesting on two fronts. Number one, it's usually about the time most Americans get home from work, if they work a 9 to 5 or they're out of work at 4 or 4:30. And also interesting because we have been told that Joe Biden typically works from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and goes into power down mode. So he's going to have to put in a little extra OT today. I think that's by design. I think it's all calculated, but just an assumption on my part. And by the way, too, if it looks like I'm on YouTube right now, if I'm in an ISIS hostage video, it's because our lighting in my studio is all out of sorts this morning. It's brighter than ever, which I don't like because I go blind doing the show. But yet on YouTube right now, it looks like it's like very dark and dim in here. So I have no idea what's going on. And no, I am not over in the Middle East in an ISIS hostage video. I am here at 2400 Market.
Wait, are you in Joe Biden's basement over in Delaware?
Maybe? I might. Do you know what, Dawn? At this rate, I might stay in the basement until November 5th. I've contemplated it. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to this morning. A big take where one party and multiple networks seem to have the same problem. We'll get to that. A Hollywood bigwig bails on the big guy on the day before the big boy press conference. That's coming up. Also, Team Trump, how do they assess where they stand in the swing states? Interesting, because 2 days ago, we kind of ranked our confidence levels in how we feel about Trump with the 6 or 7 different swing states. We'll get to that. We've got a great cut sheet. And the Simpsons really are prophets. They saw things happening in this nation politically years and years and years, if not decades and decades before they came to fruition. And they've done it yet again. We'll have a little fun with that. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news, and I'll remain here in the basement in my ISIS hostage video. The great Dawn Stensland, who is well lit on a Thursday morning.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday morning, July the 11th. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the blind. Best Work Industries for the blind. 77 degrees right now. No heat alerts. This is the first morning in quite some time that I haven't, first thing, said we have heat alerts and heat warnings. We don't have one today. We'll tell you when the heat warnings come back. We have a lot of breaking news in the city of Philadelphia. We know that Philadelphia police are investigating. They say after a young man was shot at least 5 times in a suspected road rage incident. So they say at least 4 vehicles were involved in this accident when that road rage shooting happened. 1040 last night, Erie Ave and 9th Street. This is the city's Hunting Park section. An 18-year-old driving a car was the one who was shot at least 5 times in his chest. Amazingly, still managed to flag down officers who were patrolling in that area near Front and Erie Ave, not far from St. Christopher's Children's Hospital. So they pulled this 18-year-old teenager, rushing him to Temple University Hospital, and they were able to get him to the hospital quickly enough for treatment, where he's said right now to be in critical condition, but they believe that he will survive this. We know that a 16-year-old was also in the car with the victim, not injured, according to police, and they say that, in fact, there were many other individuals that fled the area after the situation. So we don't know if it involved a stolen vehicle, a carjacked vehicle. There are a lot of moving parts to this, but this 18-year-old teenager is now fighting for his life this morning.
Terrible, just terribly tragic.
Yeah. We have, I know that we had another shooting of a 19-year-old in the Tacony section of Philadelphia as well. We had a store clerk in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia during a robbery. That store clerk, that I'm still getting information, Northeast Philadelphia store clerk killed, shot to death during a robbery, looking for that armed and dangerous gunman. Obviously, so much happening across the city of Philadelphia. Yesterday, mid-morning, we know that the family of slain, murdered Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald was holding a news conference after a court proceeding. And they've been calling for prosecutors, specifically D.A. Krasner, to seek the death penalty for the young man accused of murdering the 31-year-old husband and father of 5 young children. So Philadelphia D.A. Krasner did not tell the family to their faces, had somebody else give them a call after 17 months after Christopher was gunned down. So Marissa, obviously Fitzgerald, who we've met at different fundraisers events.
Yeah, very strong lady.
Yeah. And I know that his dad, Joel, was on with Dom yesterday, I believe right after that news conference.
Mm-hmm.
They're speaking out and just saying that they are heartbroken.
Yeah.
What a nightmare this has been.
The Temple University Police Association tweeted the following yesterday. This was at 7:15 in the morning. The embarrassment of District Attorney Larry Krasner will not seek the death penalty in the murder case of our hero, Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald. Absolutely devastating news for the Fitzgerald family and law enforcement officers throughout Philadelphia. To the Fitzgeralds, we stand with you now and forever. We love you. And then a blue heart emoji. That's the official Temple Police Association Twitter feed.
And pretty much every police union in our region has condemned this.
Yeah. It's hard to be more unlikable than Larry Krasner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now that Jim Kenney's out of the town, like Krasner's definitely in the number 1 spot.
Krasner in the past, although he's not speaking out about this yesterday or this morning, has called the death penalty, quote, unconstitutional. Other cops, family members have said that this case of now 19-year-old Miles Pfeffer, now 19. He was 18 at the time. He is obviously behind bars. No bail allowed for him, but it has been presented in court in evidence, and this was captured on video, that this then 18-year-old is accused of not only shooting Christopher Fitzgerald, Sergeant Fitzgerald, but once the officer was down, standing over him, firing 3 more shots into his face and his head.
Disgusting.
So the family's now requesting for a special prosecutor to intervene, maybe the newly appointed special prosecutor for SEPTA that we've talked about. So they're looking at different ways to try to maybe file something to try to get a special prosecutor, maybe even a federal prosecutor.
No, maybe we can actually get a special counsel in this country that's competent, that can do their job without an agenda.
Oh, my God.
If you get my drift.
Yes, sir. So we have other news. Mayor Sherelle Parker holding a news conference of her own yesterday, saying that she is at war. Mayor Parker not happy with the fact that this union, one union, is fighting her in court. They're going to court today. This battle's going to court today, as about 4,000 mostly supervisory positions in the city of Philadelphia are fighting the mayor's order to return to work in 4 days. Remember,
July 15th, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wasn't it more than a month ago, before Memorial Day, I want to say, the mayor held that news conference, said everybody needs to come back to work. 80% of the city's employees post-pandemic, they are back.
Mm-hmm.
But this group says that particularly, it's midsummer.
Right. Yeah. Everybody's on vacation. Just like here at Odyssey World headquarters. There's not a soul in this building today.
Come on.
I haven't seen human beings here other than us in a month. Unbelievable.
So the lawsuit filed by AFSCME District Council 47, they claim the elimination of remote work would, quote, cause substantial harm for city workers and will throw service into chaos. They want to work from home, Nick.
Yeah, it's also mentally exhausting, and then my anxiety will kick in, and coming back to work, that's racist. I'm so tired of all these people. I don't know about you, Sean Farish, but we've created this virtual acceptance where people don't have to physically be present at work anymore. It's unthinkable.
Yeah, thank you, COVID. China virus. We love the China virus. Going very well with China. I see you're in the dark, by the way. You're in
Yeah,
the cave.
still.
And, but I heard you're not afraid of the dark because you're a big boy, too. So I have to say that. You're the biggest and the goodest. He said goodest. You're the goodest and biggest boy. I have to say that.
By the way, watching 2 court cases, labor leader John Doherty facing sentencing today in that embezzlement case here in Philadelphia, federal case. And then let us not forget Senator Goldbar Bob Menendez. That we're on the jury watch, the verdict watch in that case. So watching those court cases, and that's pretty much all the local news. I'm not going national. Nick has got a lot of that going on with covering the Big Boy News Conference and everything else going on. But I just want to bring you a local snapshot. Just a heads up, I don't usually talk about traffic, but 676, I'm sure you all are aware, is shut down in both directions on westbound coming into the city. So a lot of jackknifed semi-trailers this morning.
There was one this morning on 476 right before I got on the Schuylkill. It was all backed up. Luckily, I got around it in about 2 minutes, but I was like, oh boy, I'm running a little late this morning. This is the last thing I need.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the overnight rain, a little slippery. I have no idea. We don't have a word of causation, but at least 3 different major accidents since early this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind, Changing Lives, nonprofit organization located South Jersey, Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training as well as employment for people who are blind or visually impaired for employment opportunities, or if you'd like to donate, bestworkindustries.org. That's bestworkindustries.org. We're heating up to 91 degrees. It feels less humid. We have more rain on the way for your tomorrow with a high of just 85 degrees. The heat comes back on by Sunday, so enjoy the next few days as we don't have the heat wave anymore. Still hot. Phillies also still hot, beating the Dodgers 4-3, facing the Dodgers again 6:05.
2 in a row. 2 in a row. You get Schwarber back. You get Harper back. Turner had 2 hits last night. By the way, Trey Turner's hitting .345. What a season he is having. What a bounce back after last year. Remember when he was under the microscope and everybody was like, let's just be nice to him, Philadelphia. Let's not do what we normally do and run our stars out of town. And it worked.
It did work. Yeah. I will say Bryce was out. His catching hand had a bruise from day before yesterday game, so he wasn't in the field for that bruised hand.
Bruised hand.
So we hate to hear that, but hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much.
Kayal Company in the dark.
Kayal Company in the dark. All right, let's do a big take from my basement bunker.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning. When it comes to American brands, there are many iconic institutions, media outlets, and companies in the history of the United States and even globally. No matter the category, whether it's a political party, a consumer product, or a staple of your adulthood or childhood, there are many that have succeeded. And then there are those who once flourished and are now crashing and burning. Perhaps none bigger for the sake of this show than the Democrat Party, followed by CNN, as well as ESPN and Nike. And what do the Democrats, CNN, ESPN, and Nike have in common? They all have embraced identity politics and DEI practices, and they are all a smoldering dumpster fire of disarray, defeat, with no viable path forward. The Biden administration is in dire straits. CNN, the once most trusted name in news, is now a fake news outlet floundering around in ratings obscurity. They came in recently in 3rd place, which is actually last place if you think about the television networks. ESPN, once dubbed the worldwide leader in sports, is in the unenviable position of following the path of DEI practices and identity politics and blowing a majority of their payroll on one single talent. And they have a major political image problem. And even Nike, the top footwear and apparel brand in the country, has been hit with hard times because of poor political choices. And they all have nobody to blame but themselves. They chose optics, ideologies, social credit scores, DEI hires, and identity politics in a way to show how virtuous they are, when in reality, they had it going quite well and burned it all down instead of focusing on the mission at hand. Let me start with the Biden administration and Democrats. The left was hijacked by the far-left progressives, and now they have no solution. Joe Biden is borderline unelectable. Vice President Kamala Harris, she polls even lower than him. Pete Buttigieg is not respected. Karine Jean-Pierre is the worst press secretary of all time. It's all optics. It's all cosmetic window dressing. And why do we know that? Because did you ever notice how Joe Biden's closest advisors are all older white men, but the people in his cabinet and administration that we all see on a somewhat daily, if not everyday basis, are all identity politics hires? And the result is what? Everyone's feelings are appeased, but the bottom line is what suffers. Competence, productivity, merit, accomplishment, all thrown out the window in the name of optics, virtue signaling, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's led to this. Donald Trump is in the driver's seat over Joe Biden. Every swing state, every poll, Trump leads. Here is CNN's Harry Enton with the latest truth about where the Biden administration stands and how the Democrats are in deep, deep crap. Listen and watch.
And I just really want to give an indication here that Donald Trump is favored at this particular point. That's the bottom line. You know, if the election were held today, according to the Cook Political Report, 268 electoral votes are either leaning or solid in his direction versus just 226 for Joe Biden. The only real toss-ups are up here in the Midwest, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, and down in the Great Lakes in Pennsylvania. And I will tell you, Jim, that I've been looking and talking with folks on the internal polls in these individual states up here in that Midwest region. These polls do not look good for Joe Biden at this particular point. Donald Trump is leading in these internal polls. And then, of course, Arizona, down here in Nevada, Georgia, all states that Joe Biden won last time around, all of them leaning towards Donald Trump at this
And
hour.
if he doesn't win those blue wall states, it's over. That's it.
If he wins... If he doesn't win any one of these, he has to run the table. He has to win all of these states. And I know from the internal data that I've been talking to folks, he's not ahead in a single one of them right now.
And Harry,
not ahead in a single one of them right now. And when you look at that map that you were just viewing on YouTube, I don't see a path for the Democrats right now. Don't matter if it's Biden, if it's Kamala, if it's Hillary, if it's Gavin Newsom, because of the nature of their politics. If they stay the same course, you can insert anybody you want. I don't think it's going to change the outcome. And it's absolutely glorious. You live by DEI, you die by DEI. And the Biden staff is living proof of it. And speaking of CNN, let's zero in on them. Dawn sent us this story yesterday in the afternoon about fake news CNN, courtesy of the New York Post, with the headline, CNN CEO Mark Thompson to lay off 100 employees as he discloses fresh turnaround plans. Thompson, who has mainly tinkered with his morning lineup since taking the reins from Chris Lick last October, attempted to lay out a new vision for the Third Place Network, saying, quote, turning a great news organization towards the future is not a one-day affair. It happens in stages and over time. And now they are implementing a new 5-point plan, which includes eliminating 100 jobs, which is about 3% of their workforce, as part of an effort to consolidate news operations and bolster CNN's digital business. The network's ratings have struggled this year, and in May, CNN had its worst ratings month since 1991. Yours truly was 7 years old at that time. And I feel for their staffers who live paycheck to paycheck that have been let go. But if we're being real, they aren't the problem. The problem is your high-priced, underperforming talent. I know contracts are big and many, if not all are guaranteed. But, Mark, I could fix your problem in 7 minutes. Fire the unlikable, never smiling, miserable, no personality, minimal talents that are cluttering up your daytime lineup. Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, Aaron Burnett, Anderson Cooper, Wolf Blitzer, on and on I could go. But your network is full of dull, low-energy, Trump-hating hacks. You put on Fox News and watch how vibrant, bright, energetic, and pleasantly welcoming Fox News is to their audience. They make you laugh, they make you think, while covering the terrible, awful stories and the rough times of the last 4 years. It's a very simple solution. Fox has it figured out. CNN can't get out of their own way. Now let me get to ESPN, a network that I loved as a kid that now I don't watch unless it's college football or Monday Night Football during the NFL season. Why? Once again, identity politics. You got rid of funny, irreverent sports and entertainment anchors and personalities for a bunch of whiny, box-checking schlubs who were super left and immediately play their race card in sports and shove woke agendas down sports fans' throats. Newsflash, we don't come to ESPN for political and social commentary. We come for sports and entertainment and to be distracted from the realities of everyday life. Dan Dockich, the outspoken former ESPN basketball analyst, now with Outkick and Fox News, shared this commentary on how ESPN blew it because they never built anything around ESPN other than Stephen A. Smith, and they got rid of a lot of great talent for a bunch of DEI hires. Listen and watch.
ESPN, you are stuck. You're stuck, and I can't believe you're stuck with Stephen A. Smith. That's all you got. I mean, you arrogantly got rid of guys like Brad Nessler. You arrogantly didn't even renegotiate with Mike Tirico. Now, I understand those guys are play-by-play announcers, and Stephen A. Smith is a hot take guy, but you let guys like Bill Simmons, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, even Keith Olbermann, the crazy Keith Olbermann, the pre-90s derangement Keith Olbermann, you let them all go. Hell, you let Dockich go, and that was the best you had, at least according to the bosses there in college basketball. But, hey, I get it, man. You guys don't care, and what are you left with? You're left with, oh, boy, I can't believe I'm going to say this. You're going to have to pay Stephen A. Smith 5 years, somewhere around $100 million to do what? Yell, scream, works pretty hard. By all accounts, pretty easy to work with, but
$20 to $25 million a year for one guy, when the rest of your daytime and evening lineup, much like CNN, is unwatchable. You hate to see it. And lastly, speaking of destroying a brand that was on autopilot, that gets us to Nike. Their company's stock is down about 25% over the past month, 30% in the last 6 months, and down 60% since November of 2021. And Nike just laid off 700 employees in April, followed by another, just last week, 30 vice presidents and over 100 senior directors. Why? There's probably many factors, to be honest. But the first that comes to mind for me, you advertising left-wing politics as a sneaker company. Why would a sneaker company share political views? It makes no sense. Michael Jordan once said, Republicans buy sneakers too, as to why he avoids going into the political arena as a professional athlete. Nike signed Colin Kaepernick. They've embraced climate change. Think about that. They're selling hooded sweatshirts and embracing climate change. They run ads for the LGBTQ community during Pride Month, but they remain silent on biological males in female sports. Wonder why. Remember the glory days of Nike with Michael Jordan and Peyton Manning, Ken Griffey Jr., and other athletes of the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s? Yet those days are gone. Democrats, CNN, ESPN, Nike, they all took the woke bait of the last 8 to 10 years, all feeling the pinch and dealing with the repercussions of embracing far-left ideology. It's a small segment of society, yet all these companies are embracing a very, very vocal minority, all of which was and is completely and absolutely avoidable, all of whom with no answer how to get things back on track. First and foremost, most notably, the Democrats and the Biden administration, all because of one giant mistake, left-wing thinking. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, that's the big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just fire it up right now at youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And hit the like and subscribe buttons today. We will get some thoughts and reaction on the other side. And one major Hollywood elitist has thrown in the towel on the big boy. We'll get to that and where it's really coming from. We'll do that next here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our bike ride is coming up Sunday, July 21st. If you want to sign up, if you want to ride, get to GregStalkerSucks.com. Almost at $16,000. If we get another 4,000 or so in, Greg Stalker will have to ride 65 miles. And a big shout out to David Gelman and GelmanLawFirm.com for being our jersey sponsor. These beautiful jerseys if you're going to ride on our team this year.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock, $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
When life gets too hectic, it's time to retreat from the noise.
My name's Carmen DePasquale. I have been a retreatant for about 26 years. I came alone. I literally read it in a bulletin and decided that this might be something that I'd like to do. I literally took a leap of faith and I thought, well, let me see what this is about. And if this is right for me, I always felt welcomed even though I didn't know anyone.
Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice. Go to malvernretreat.com.
So anyone can really feel welcome here.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 70% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, pain-relieving anti-inflammatories, natural immunity boosters, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 70% off all natural solutions for your highs and lows, from high blood pressure, cholesterol, low energy, testosterone. Rescue's got you covered. Hurry on over. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company on a Big Boy Thursday. Pull up your Pampers, pull up your Depends. It's a big show on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us on the free Odyssey app, watch us live on YouTube, and have your thoughts heard as well. 855-839-1210. We're going to get to the press conference with Joe Biden at 5:30 this afternoon, coming up in just a couple of minutes. Also, a George Clooney ditching Biden update. We're going to get to that as well. But I was thinking about this, and Dawn, you kind of triggered my brain a little bit yesterday when you sent Sean and I in our group text the latest purge of salaries and people at CNN. And I'm thinking, all right, you've got the Biden administration, you've got Democrats, you've got CNN. Then I'm seeing this story with ESPN and Stephen A. Smith. Then I'm reading some stock stuff, and I see how Nike's in the tank. And I'm like, what do they all have in common? And it's just amazing to me that people throw away a good thing, a winning brand, a platform, a company, a party, just to appease a select few, which just really runs counter to everything you're ever taught, right? Like in radio, we're told play the hits. Don't waste your time on the fringe, deep in the weeds stuff. Play the things that most people are coming to you for. If you were a pizza shop, you would embrace your pizza presentation. You're not going to waste a bunch of time on salads. Yet everybody just seems to get it wrong. And I'm loving a lot of it because I can't stand CNN, and I damn sure don't want to see any more Democrats in office. I tweeted yesterday after the SAVE Act went through and only 5 Democrats voted in favor of it. Not only do I want the White House back on, I want both chambers back as well. I want the House, I want the Senate, I want the whole schmear. So thank you for triggering my brain yesterday, because I had a little bit of a writer's cramp in the afternoon.
Well, first of all, I hope you get your wish as far as the trifecta there.
That'd be nice.
But it was also, I should point out, that yesterday was the CBS News president, Ingrid Cyprian Matthews, said yesterday that she announced her resignation after less than a year in her controversial role. So remember that she had resigned. She had been at the center of some media storms, and Catherine Herridge, remember, was fired and all of that. So you did have some, I don't know. I think this is, as far as CNN goes, they say preparing for their digital future, and this is all new management, complete makeover, 100 layoffs, and that's just the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their digital future. Forget their broadcast future. They already bailed on CNN Plus. I think that's part of like the Max company now under the other streaming platforms that nobody is signing up to buy these days. But isn't it amazing, Sean, that like we can actually sit here today and kind of look at the Democrats and say they don't have any depth, they don't have any bench, they don't have a viable plan B because of what they've embraced. They're very old. I gave you the ages yesterday, from Pelosi to Schumer to Biden to Carville to Clinton, and yet all of the left-wing woke stuff is not translating as far as getting reelected and having a future for their party. And I'm not shedding a tear over it. This is an opportunity for Republicans and common sense policies to emerge victorious again this fall.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be shedding a tear over it, and we should be giving them no quarter, and we should be giving them no sympathy, and we should be giving them no off-ramp, right? This is it, right? This is our opportunity now. You talk about it all the time. We talk about sports. We cross over a lot, and the analogies. This is an unforced error. Nobody forced the Democrats, right, into this position where all they gave a damn about was wokeness and, DEI and how many boxes does each candidate check, and let's put together this administration and make sure there's a black person here and an Asian person there and, a Hispanic person here, right? Nobody listen, this is what the country cares about, right? It's one word and one word only. And not just the country. This goes for any business, any consumer base, anybody who's a fan of a sports team. They want results. They want good results. That's it. It's a very simple method. Do what you need to do to get the best results for the people you are serving. All right. That whether you're a public servant or, as you just mentioned, you're a pizza place, do you make good pizza? I don't care if a black person makes the pizza or a white person makes the pizza or an Italian. I don't care. Is the product that you are offering good or bad? That's all we want to know. This is why I love the free market, because the market will decide if your product is good or bad. Yeah. If your product is bad, your business, guess what it becomes? Non-essential. It's the only entity in the world, in existence, that has the ability to determine what is essential and what is non-essential. And right now, the service, the product that the Democrat Party is trotting out there, that it is offering to its constituents and to its consumers, essentially, is an awful product. You have a product right now, not just wokeness, but the chief executive of this country is literally, as they say over across the pond, right? Literally a grown man that wears diapers, right? That can't keep himself clean. This guy goes to bed every night at 8 o'clock Eastern time. There is nothing about their current platform, this DEI virtue signaling garbage, right, that is attractive at all to the American people, because it simply doesn't work. If it did work, CNN wouldn't be laying off people by the hundreds. If it did work, there would be no debate over how incompetent and in many ways incontinent this administration has been. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because we are now evaluating, people on the left are evaluating how good or bad a product is based off of physical appearance, right? Lipstick on a pig. Well, now that the pig is wearing lipstick, it's all of a sudden not a pig. This is ridiculous. So this DEI culture, this virtue signaling culture, this Nancy Pelosi. Remember in 2020, Nancy Pelosi with the kente cloth taking a knee? Now you had yesterday, she was getting chased around in the halls of the Capitol, yelling, white-splaining to a black reporter. Well, we're not going to have this conversation. We're not going to have this conversation in the hallway. She's like,
do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
She's sitting there, am I not speaking English? I said, well, You're barely speaking English because your dentures are falling out of your rubbing your wrist. This woman, what a disgrace.
Yeah, can
These
we play?
people
You know
are a
what?
disgrace.
Let's actually play that, boys. Let me actually pull that up. I was going to save that for the cut sheet, but let's play Nancy Pelosi. Which, by the way, when you watch and see this clip, if this was a Republican man in Congress or in the Senate that said and treated this reporter the way Nancy Pelosi did yesterday, MSNBC will be crying racism, sexism, ableism, ageism, everything under the sun. Let me see here. I know I've got the clip. It's Nancy Pelosi as I flip through my cut sheet here.
And then after you have to hear Sean, that was a pretty good.
Yeah, that was
good.
Great, man.
I'm working. Yeah, you know what? I'm working on my Nancy Pelosi. I'm working on it.
Here
All
it
you
is.
have to do is
Here
act
it
like you
is.
have marbles in your mouth.
Yes. Clip 18, boys, if we can. Clip 18. This was Nancy Pelosi in the halls yesterday of Congress as she was approached. I don't even know who this reporter is, but Nancy was not having any of it after she did some TV hits earlier in the morning. Clip 18, Nancy Pelosi.
Do you believe that him waiting so long to make this decision is part of the
I'm not going to make any comments in the hallway about the fate of our nation. Okay?
Are you concerned whether or not he can win in November?
I think he can win.
Do you believe he should run for re-election?
I'm not speaking English to you. I'm not going to be making any statements about any of that right now in the hallway.
I mean, first of all, the okay, when she does the okay at the end of every sentence. How about when she turns to her, puts her fingers out, and says what she just said there about speaking English? Like, I mean, what a total slap in the face to that reporter.
Rachel Scott of ABC News.
Rachel Scott of Friendly Fire.
Yeah.
Friendly Fire.
Friendly Fire. Again, and this comes a couple days after Corinne Jean-Pierre got into it with the guy from CBS News, Ed O'Keefe, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's getting bad. Rachel Scott literally was just asking, hey, a normal question. Now, Pelosi said she wouldn't talk about it in the hallway. I think that's what she said. Listening to Nancy Pelosi is like watching. You ever watch Swamp People on History Channel?
Yes.
You ever watch that show?
Yes.
I said this yesterday. It's like they have to put subtitles on there. Listen, I love these guys. They work hard. Hunting alligators, definitely not an easy job, but they have to put subtitles on there because you get these guys, they're, we're going to get this restaurant. It's about a 9-footer. Like this is what they do, Yeah, we're going to get her. I'm going to get it from about 10-foot gator, right? So it's like you have this whole thing. They're saying something. There's subtitles on the screen to help you. Nancy Pelosi needs subtitles now. Now, I feel bad for Rachel Scott of ABC News. I hope she had hopefully she visited Pep Boys before that, got a little windshield wiper blades to get the spit off of her because Nancy Pelosi, she likes to spit all over the place. This is a woman, right, that, I mean, remember what she used to be? She used to be cunning and smooth, There was a point in time where people thought she was actually attractive. I don't know. Now she looks like the chimpanzee from Night at the Museum that steals the keys. She's spitting all over the place. Her dentures are falling out. Her eyebrows are in a new position every single day. Shout out to Red State, right? Redstate.com, because I think it was Bonchi who wrote this on Red State. I love that website. They're amazing. And then they put Nancy Pelosi's comments, raised eyebrows. Now it's just like, well played, baby. Let's go. This is a woman who is so insufferable.
Yep.
And now she's like speaking down, talking down to a reporter of color, a female reporter of color. How dare you?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not allowed to do that.
Not
That's
the first.
racist.
Yep. Not the
And
first.
I'm
Not the
gonna
first
go
time.
here.
Yep. Not the
I'm gonna
first
go here
time.
with it.
And we've
You
got
ready?
we've got it on the board as well.
Please don't bother me with
Pelosi
such
did it.
frivolity, okay?
Pelosi did it because she's black. That's why, right? Because if that was a Republican, they would say those are the motivations. There are racial motivators. Well, you know what? I say she did it because she's a racist. We play the same games as the left. No quarter, no sympathy. I'm not taking no high roads. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in winning and crushing these people politically, of course.
Yep. 855-839-1210. MSNBC also in the tank ratings-wise after the Biden debate. It's almost like if you've been lying to your audience for 3 years, there's repercussions and consequences for saying, oh, Joe's fine. Joe just has an off day. Joe has a stutter. The network, since the debate, has averaged only 569,000 total viewers a day from July 1st to July 7th. It is MSNBC's smallest weekly audience of 2024. And in their coveted demographic of age 25 to 54-year-old adults, they had just 56,000 viewers. For reference, they typically average 810,000 viewers compared to Fox's 1.3 million. That speaks volumes. One, you can't spin, Joe. Two, you have to be able to tell the truth, and they don't want to hear it. I think a lot of Democrats right now are like, you know what? I'm out for the summer. I'm not watching CNN. Well, nobody's watched CNN in years. I'm not watching MSNBC anymore. I'm going to go on vacation, and hopefully my party figures it out by the time they have their convention coming up in August. So we'll see. I know it's been like 2 weeks of victory laps, and I'm trying not to sit there and bait myself mentally into thinking this election is over, Dawn.
I know.
Because I know in a matter of weeks, the pendulum could swing, and then all of a sudden we're sitting here on playing defense instead of offense. But I do tell you what, the last 2 weeks do feel glorious.
They do. You're right. You're right. And you know what? I was listening to you talk about the ratings. Are the ratings down specifically since Biden's poor debate performance? Because
since June 27th and the calls for him to drop out.
So I think that's significant too, because Trump equals higher ratings.
Yep.
Anybody's been talking about is Biden. We should check our ratings.
Oh, well, I'm sure.
You know what I mean?
Actually,
I bet everybody's ratings are, because we're talking about Biden. He's so boring.
Well, the boss sent an email yesterday.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Another good month. Another record June, another record spring. We just keep racking up win after win, unlike CNN.
You're doing a
and
tremendous
MSNBC.
job.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, you're a big part of that, sir.
Ratings are something I'm very good at. You know that?
Yeah.
Nobody gets ratings like I do. It's incredible. Like you do it, too. You do a fantastic job. I have to say that.
All right, we'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. I don't want to rush through the Clooney stuff from yesterday because I think this is important. We'll get to that. And also, what are we expecting at 5:30 today as the big guy goes big boy with a post-shutdown press conference? Because normally at 4 o'clock, he's like a AM radio station in the winter. It starts to power down as darkness approaches. No, not this time. Joe Biden working OT today for you. Back after this.
Hey, Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I mean, I absolutely loved it.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing, you never knew which way they were going to go with it. That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home. All done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Studies show you spend more time in your kitchen than any other room in your home. If you're tired of that dated old kitchen, or what about that bath, especially the guest bathroom off the foyer? Are you ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, the backsplash, counters, yes. You can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus Kitchen Magic is also offering 10% off your remodel. So schedule your free in-home design consultation. Again, it's free. Get this on the calendar. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. You're going to love the magic. KitchenMagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal and Company, 6:51 Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2 in a couple of minutes. And then a big story yesterday that Sean sent us in our group text as breaking news came down that George Clooney is calling on Joe Biden to step down just weeks after hosting a $14 million fundraiser for him. We'll get to that coming up after Dawn's news. But the big guy goes big boy today at 5:30. And I said as we started the show this morning, I thought it was interesting because normally we know that Joe Biden typically is done for the day by 4 p.m. And also at 5:30, most Americans typically get home from work. So I think this press conference has been strategically placed in the 5:30 window for a multitude of reasons. Sean Ferris, let me start with you. What are your expectations on what you anticipate seeing today and what Joe Biden's attempting to accomplish?
I don't think we should have high expectations at all. I mean, maybe higher expectations from the, compared to the debate, because that was like an all-time low. That was like the bottom at this point, but that looks like it's also the norm. I'm expecting questions from the press. They're calling it a big boy press conference. So they're at least going to give you the illusion that he's being challenged or that, that this is some sort of proof that he's up to the task. But I think as well as I do that there's going to be some sort of knowledge on behalf of Biden of questions in advance. This happens all the time. I think you bring up a good point. 5:30 in the evening, people are driving home. Maybe they're expecting many people to miss it. They're trying to put it in front of as few eyeballs as possible because they know the potential for it to go off the rails exists, especially, with how hostile or, I don't want to say, well, yeah, hostile, I guess is the word. The press has been towards Biden, especially pressing him on these cognitive issues. So we will see. Again, I don't know who it was who decided to call this a big boy press conference. I don't know who decided that was a good idea, but whoever it was needs to be fired. But I mean, actually, you know what? Let me take that back. As a Trump supporter and somebody who wants to defeat this regime, keep that person on board and give them a raise because they are doing a phenomenal job. I don't know what to expect other than the norm from Joe Biden. Some mumbling, some stumbling, some bumbling, and maybe he'll drop a big boy in his diaper. We'll see what happens.
Dawn, expectations that you have as to what Joe and the Democrats hope to accomplish? I'm sure Zioli will probably carry this live this afternoon during his show at 5:30.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I wonder if I inferred that this was a slip up by KJP. So there's a debate going on. Did she purposely say that? Because I just cannot imagine that was purposeful. I
you
cannot.
mean with the phrase "big boy"?
Big boy. I believe it was KJP.
And has she been pressed on that?
I'm not going to get beyond that.
She doubled down on it. She doubled down and tried to joke about it, but I just think it was a slip.
Uh-oh.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
So it makes me wonder, is that how they speak to the President of the United States of America?
Like he's Pop
Great
or a
point.
5-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great point.
So they say, now, Mr. President, get your depends on, and it's a big boy news conference.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's so demeaning.
Yep.
And oh my goodness, can you even imagine if Trump, if one of his spokespeople said he was going to have a big boy news, like you're fired, right? I mean,
You're fired.
Mm-hmm.
You're fired. You don't call me a big boy. You know that. First of all, I'm the biggest and the goodest boy. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever done a better job. You're fired. But isn't it interesting that Jill, after the debate, Joe, you answered all the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this guy in kindergarten?
There you go.
What are we doing?
You got to handle him with kitty
what's next?
gloves.
Joe, you colored in the lines. Great job. Like, shut up.
Yes.
You know what? This Dr. Jill, this fake doctor, whatever it is you want to know, she's an EHD. She's a whatever. This woman she's evil, I think. And I don't feel bad for Joe Biden, but what you're watching Jill and this whole family do is an article on Breitbart yesterday that Hunter Biden, the crack guy, the one who says he snorted more Parmesan cheese than anybody he knows. That's something that Hunter said, right? He's now, Joe Biden's basically his acting chief of staff.
Yep.
Is a crackhead running our country?
That's correct.
I mean, what is happening?
Yep. The first lady, the first son, calling all the shots. Well, probably not calling all the shots. I think Barack is calling a lot of them. But no, but don't forget, the president has a team. It's not a one-man operation is now the new spin. It's a collection. It's an ensemble cast of people that are running the free world. That's scary because that's not who you elected. You elected Joe Biden, not all of his aides and staffers. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Kickoff hour number 2. Round number 2 of the news coming up with Dawn Stensland. And then George Clooney, the latest Hollywood A-lister, to kick the big guy to the curb. Back after this, Kayal and Company.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old inefficient windows and doors with the great people at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. Have drafty windows you've been meaning to replace? Well, you receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. In need of new doors? Well, Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Don't let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go. GUIDA.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 7:01. Hour number 2 on this Thursday. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Loaded cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. We're also going to get to George Clooney here in a couple of minutes, as well as, I tell you what, Axios has been dropping a lot of gems lately, a lot of sources, a lot of reporting, a lot of scoops, as they like to say, more internal fallout within the Biden administration. We'll give you some of those details coming up. And also Donald Trump's Truth Social post in rebuttal to what George Clooney is about to do. We'll get to that coming up as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning this Thursday morning, July 11th, sponsored by American Airlines. This morning in the news, we look at Philadelphia police now say they're scanning through surveillance cameras, interior cameras, exterior cameras, in hopes of finding images of the cold-blooded killer who gunned down a convenience store worker in the city's Frankfurt section early this morning. So inside the store, which is on the 1500 block of Pratt, officers found this man, this employee, on the ground. He was shot multiple times throughout his torso, his shoulders, and the man, who's only identified at this point as a 37-year-old worker at this convenience store in the Northeast, rushed to Temple University Hospital, where he died a short time later. Those emergency room doctors and medical professionals could not save his life. Police say at the scene, the cash register was open. Some bills were still on the floor, all signs that this was a robbery. And instead of just taking the money, they chose to also rob this man of his life.
I'm thinking back and having the flashback to the story that we did probably over a year ago now that you had, where the convenience store and gas station owner had to basically employ on his own dime private security.
Yeah.
So his customers would feel safe pumping gas and going in for a coffee or whatever they offered inside.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a great point because, first of all, we've seen just another Wawa, another one closed. We have many of these convenience stores, especially if they're open or in the overnight hours or the early morning hours, they're closing up across the city. Everybody else suffers, like us coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Less and less places in the city where you can maybe grab a cup of coffee or that sort of thing.
Yep.
And especially for cops, emergency workers, that sort of thing. But you're exactly right. A lot of businesses, they've been sued
Yeah.
by customers who said they were victimized on somebody's property.
Yeah. And if you're Sean Farish and you return to Pennsylvania or New York and you want a late night hero at Wawa, you might
Hoagie.
not be able to get one.
You know, I'm happy you brought that up because I wasn't going to do it. But I wanted to say they're closing probably because they call heroes hoagies. That's a good reason. You know, if anybody calls a hero a hoagie, I'm not going in there. So that's how that's it. And they don't deserve the, we just talked about it, Nick, your big take, the whole thing, you don't provide a good service, closed. So, part of the issue is if you call them hoagies, which is not a real thing, Pennsylvania is, I think, the only state that calls it that. Let's listen.
Hoagie.
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 Yeah.
Delco. Yesterday, my son, my teenager, he says, because he's always hungry.
Yeah.
And in Bidenomic economy, he goes, can we stop at Wawa? I said, oh, Hoagie Fest?
Yeah.
He said, no, I want a hot dog. They have all beef hot dogs.
Oh.
17 grams of protein.
Oh,
he
you
loves
get your
their
protein.
hot,
Yeah.
loves their hot dogs.
Yeah, they're in and out of you in 3 minutes.
Didn't want a hoagie. Wanted a hot dog.
Quick exit strategy, as they would say.
Yes.
So I was thinking about you
Very
guys.
efficient.
Yeah, and earlier I talked about the fact that Philadelphia police also, a lot happened overnight. I don't know what was up with last night and this morning. So many different shootings across the city. One was a suspected road rage incident, and this one, an 18-year-old who was driving a 16-year-old. That one happened last evening, Erie Ave, 9th Street in the city's Hunting Park section. And that one, the 18-year-old driving the vehicle was shot. It looks like there had been an accident, and there might be as many as 4 different cars involved in this. So I'm trying to figure this out. Was there a carjacking or something that happened earlier? And then somehow this 18-year-old looks like, unfortunately, they were driving by and they're an innocent victim to whatever else was going on. And we see that all too often. But in this one, the 18-year-old who was driving a car when somebody was opening fire. And again, I don't know if they were targeting that vehicle or the other vehicle after a road rage. So there are a lot of moving parts on this one. The 18-year-old right now in critical condition, but it looks like they've amazingly, those doctors able to stabilize him.
Yeah,
so critical but stable condition. It's these medical professionals, we don't say it enough, like Temple University Hospital, my God, they're like in a war zone.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine working that third shift, that overnight? I mean, it's got to be like, high alert. You're on DEFCON, code red.
Yeah.
It's just awful.
Well, and so to your point, and that takes me to the story of Mayor Sherelle Parker holding that news conference yesterday, really talking about being at war, that we in the city, she's doubling down on the fact that she's saying everybody has to be at work. And so to your point, think of all the employees, cops. Chief Inspector Scott Small is famous in the city of Philadelphia because he's on that overnight shift that you've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And we see him every, single morning. As what about all of those individuals who are on the job and never had a minute off during the pandemic?
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that Mayor Sherelle Parker is speaking of, that, hey, 80% of the city's employees are hard at work.
Mm-hmm.
And so to have this group of 4,000 working from home and in court today with their union representing them saying, oh, no, this is a job perk they're not willing to give up.
I'd be willing to bet those 4,000 that still work remotely, that have an email address through the city, have pronouns in their email signature. Just an assumption on my part.
Well, Mayor Sherelle Parker, I think she just says, I don't care what your pronoun is. Get your butt back here.
Your pronouns are will/work.
Amen, brother. So we got that going on. The Johnny Doc, we're watching for that sentencing. Certainly an iconic Philadelphia personality, longtime labor leader who became a household name in Philadelphia, John Doherty. This sentencing today as the feds have gone after him in multiple different cases, as well as some others within the IBEW. So that very well, that sentencing looks like it's going to come down today. And then will the jury return a verdict in the Senator Bob Menendez case? That's another one, alleged pay-to-play corruption. Or will they believe Menendez's attorneys who say that, in fact, the senator was a good senator, did receive gifts from the business community because he was doing his job?
Gifts. Yes, you got gifts. Gold bars, cash, cultural upbringing. We don't trust people. We don't put our money in the bank. We stick it under the pillow like the Tooth Fairy just came.
Yes. Now, another piece that I should mention is that the defense for Bob Menendez said that those gold bars were in his wife Nadine's closet.
Oh,
so the gold bars were hers. And we also learned that prosecutors say that Senator Menendez, in fact, ran everything, and that he has this little bell. He has a little ding bell. Yes. And so when his wife Nadine, he would want Nadine to come, and he would ring the bell. I'm sure that Nick Kayal has a bell for his wife Kristen,
and for my daughters,
and for your daughter, and Sean. I'm sure for your wife.
Yes.
You ring a little bell like you need dinner, coffee,
refill on your vodka. Yeah.
And you just ring the little.
Yeah. I do. I hit the bell. Girls, another double Tito's on the rocks. Make it stat.
I got to say, I think Menendez's his whole plan here to blame his wife, I don't think it's just going to make a bold prediction. I don't think it's going to go over well.
Who, oh, by the way, is going through is stage 3 or stage 4? Is it breast cancer?
Yeah, she had.
Is she?
Yes.
I didn't. Are you serious?
Yes, that's why they had to postpone her. Now they're saying that her trial will happen in a month or so. There are others who say it's indefinitely postponed because it's bad.
So not only is he piling on and trying to shift the blame to it was in her closet, but she's also suffering from cancer. This guy's what is it? What is with these people? These are horrible people.
Bad human beings.
I mean, goodness.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
I could not imagine.
As we are sponsored this morning by American Airlines, a headline we've seen is that the AC Air Show, the Atlantic City Air Show this year has been canceled. And they announced this last night, regretting to announce the cancellation of the Visit Atlantic City Air Show due to a major act withdrawing from the air show. So this was the Greater AC City Chamber and the South Jersey Transportation Authority. They said this decision was not made lightly. This is obviously a favorite that people come from across the country and across the region to see this. It's a wonderful event, but they've not yet fully disclosed which act withdrew from the show that was planned, obviously, for mid-August, August 13th and 14th.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's multiple days, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
A lot of people take that in. Thousands upon thousands.
Right? Yep. It's a great event. USAF Thunderbirds have said they're no longer doing weekday shows. The Blue Angels said that Atlantic City was not on their schedule this year. So a lot of people are speculating what's going on here because obviously the Blue Angels, Thunderbirds, those are some of the highlights.
Oh yeah, well the Thunderbirds get a big draw anytime they show up. I think they fly over Phoenix every year for the Phoenix golf event for the PGA Tour, and it's one of the biggest, coolest scenes because they have the par 3 16th hole is like a stadium setting. It looks like a little baseball stadium. It's totally secluded from the rest of the course. And the Thunderbirds fly right over at the beginning of the tournament each year. I think it's on Thursday morning. So, they are a massive draw for many, many Americans.
Yeah. So it's sad. So we'll have to get to the bottom of it. But that was the latest announcement, sponsored by American Airlines. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Nice, Naples, Copenhagen. Now, that's nonstop from Philadelphia to the sights and delights of 3 of Europe's coolest cities. but summer won't last forever. So hurry up, relax. Book today at AA.com. So American Airlines, AA.com. Today, we're looking at 91 degrees. The heat wave is done for now. So we have a possibility of some of those pop-up showers later this afternoon. Tomorrow, the same as far as pop-up showers, 85 degrees, and we stay in that mid-80s range with the chances for pop-up showers. Heat wave returns going into Sunday and then heating up back into the mid to upper 90s starting next Monday. So enjoy this, and I'll say this in air quotes, cooler weather for now. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. We're going to get to George Clooney on the other side as he calls on Joe Biden to step down just 3 weeks after raising $14 million big ones at a fundraiser for the big guy, as the Big Boy press conference is coming up at 5:30 today. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Escape to the Cascade post-game concert presented by Jim Beam following the Phillies game against Cleveland on Saturday, July 27th at 6:05. Your game ticket is your concert ticket, and field passes are available at phillies.com/theme nights.
Hey, it's Rhea. Keep the summer vibes going with Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. They are proudly celebrating 35 years in business. Over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, and the all-new GX has arrived. Being veteran-owned, family-operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner, Lexus of Cherry Hill provides luxury customer service. So go talk to Tony and his team to set yourself up with some of the best deals of the year. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of baseball. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. Every week I have a conversation with one of baseball's greats to talk about the glory days and reflect on today's game. Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders, Jay Buhner, Albert Bell, and Goose Gossage. They've all shared their wisdom with stories of their playing days. To hear who's next, follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, more so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 718 as we continue live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Take us wherever you go on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. Sean Farish in again this week. Greg Stocker will be back on Monday. Dawn, Phil, Henry, everybody having a good time. As we go to the next layer here of the unraveling and the demise of the Democrats over the last 2 weeks now. It's now actually 2 weeks since that June 27th debate. Joe Biden will hold his big boy press conference at 5:30 today. But yesterday in the afternoon, Sean sent us this text from the Post-Millennial. Breaking news as George Clooney calls on Joe Biden to step down just weeks after hosting a $14 million fundraiser for him. Longtime Biden and Democrat donor, actor, Hollywood A-lister George Clooney has called on the president to step aside from his campaign to win a second term in the White House. In a scathing op-ed in the New York Times, which has run numerous opinions and articles recently, essentially calling for Biden to remove himself from the race, Clooney said, quote, "We are not going to win in November with this president." Clooney just hosted a $14 million fundraiser in Hollywood for the president, touting his accomplishment. Clooney says it was, quote, "the single largest fundraiser supporting any Democratic candidate ever for President Biden's re-election." Keep in mind, his wife is very much anti-Israel in the U.S.'s involvement in Israel and Hamas with their conflict since October 7th. And I just want to read you one excerpt here of what Clooney penned for the New York Times. He said, "Is it fair to point these things out?" Clooney asked. "It has to be. This is about age, nothing more, but also nothing that can be reversed. We are not going to win in November with this president. On top of that, we won't win the House, and we're going to lose the Senate. This isn't only my opinion. This is the opinion of every senator and Congress member and governor that I've spoken with in private. Every single one, irrespective of what he or she is saying publicly." So the way I think this works, you have to keep in mind, and I said this yesterday, I think David Axelrod, having worked for Obama as one of his senior advisors, Axelrod to Obama is like Carville to Clinton. And I think anything that Axelrod says publicly is what Obama is thinking privately. And we've heard Axelrod come out and say, Biden can't win. I think that's his way of saying Obama believes Joe can't win. And Clooney and Obama are very tight. George Clooney and Barack Obama are big time buddies. So I think this is another, quote, prominent voice banging the drum for Barack Obama. And that's what I read into it. Sean, your thoughts, Dawn, your thoughts on what transpired yesterday. And I think a lot of people are saying, well, it's only a Hollywood. Who cares what celebrities think? But I think it's just more mounting pressure. And ultimately, I think it is Barack behind the scenes that is pulling a lot of these strings.
Well, I think it's bigger than it just being a Hollywood guy or, it's just George Clooney. Who cares what he think? Well, obviously the Democrats think that his endorsements and involvement can help them, or else he wouldn't be around the campaign. But I think it's a much larger issue that I've been trying to talk about, right? That a couple of weeks ago, George Clooney, $14 million for Joe Biden, one of the biggest fundraisers ever. And everybody was cool with it. Everyone was happy about it. Oh, what a great job. Look at this. It's a fundraiser, great fundraiser, all this stuff, right? And then we have the debate, and now everybody, and this is the problem. And I don't think enough people are paying attention to it. Everybody is acting like Joe Biden's cognitive issues started on June 27th when they didn't. They've been going on for the last 4+ years. This has been something that we've been pointing out since he said he was running for president. And the point of bringing that up is 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, however long it was when George Clooney held that fundraiser, was at that fundraiser for Joe Biden. He knew. Everybody knew. They've been hiding this guy forever. Remember when Joe Biden challenged Donald Trump to the debate? I hear you're free on Wednesdays. And they had to do like 15 jump cuts in a 30-second clip. It's because the guy can't get through it all. I make TikTok videos almost for a living. I do it all the time. I don't do jump cuts, and I'm doing someone else's voice. All Joe Biden had to do was be himself. He literally had to be himself for 30 seconds. And they had to clip it and clip it here, clip it there. They've been hiding this guy. We've been seeing example after example after example. He's wandering off in Italy. He's crouching down and taking a dump in France. He's rubbing foreheads with the Pope. This guy is he's talking about his hairy legs. He's looking for dead congresswomen. Like, what is next? Is this guy going to pull out a Ouija board in the middle of where's Jackie? I'm looking at if Jackie, if you're here, move the Ouija board. Like, this is where we're at. Everyone knows this guy's been out to lunch for years. The fact of the matter is, if Donald Trump, for whatever reason, didn't debate Joe Biden on June 27th, there would be absolutely no calls for him to step down right now, and they'd all still be covering it up. The only reason they're not is because it's so obvious. America sees the emperor butt naked. He's got no clothes on. And we don't like what we see. And so for credibility's sake, now people are like, I think we have a problem. But you knew there was a problem. Clooney knew there was a problem.
Right.
You don't have to spend time with the guy to know there's an issue. That's the big problem here that I have.
Well, the problem is it's the cover-up, and then it's we can no longer defend it. That's the only time they bail on their own, when they see the writing on the wall. Like when the Washington Post and the New York Times are coming out with scathing op-ed after op-ed, when even MSNBC and Morning Joe do a complete 360, they can no longer cover it up. They can no longer hide it. They can't defend it. They can't spin it. Dawn, your thoughts on what George Clooney is doing here and maybe reading between the tea leaves a little bit?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at it from the aspect of, George Clooney, somebody who obviously grew up in a Hollywood family. Rosemary Clooney, somebody famous back in the day from the 1930s. His dad, Nick Clooney, who I actually interviewed when I was with CBS, because remember,
is that right?
His dad was Henry and I were talking about this yesterday. His dad was a television news anchor, so they were from Cincinnati, Ohio. And then went on to host a national he hosted game shows, but then did that AMC movie channel for some time. And great guy. But George Clooney grew up in a family, and his dad ran for Congress, big Democrat family.
No, of course.
So George Clooney, a very political guy, smart guy. And like you said, his wife Amal has been very involved in speaking out as pro-Palestine and considered, as you said, anti-Israel. But he's a very political guy. I really wonder, is it true that he called Obama to say, I'm writing this? Or did Obama say, hey, George, you know what? This would be great if you wrote this op-ed.
Do me a solid real quick. Pen together 800 words for the New York Times. I just wonder if it really happened the way they're claiming, that George just suddenly thought of this on his own, really to write an op-ed piece. I question that. And we always hear that Obama has been running things and he's very involved. Why does he still have a home in DC? Why is he in DC so much? So I think that they're looking at this. And by the way, George Clooney never spoke out when Laken Riley or any of these, the mom in Maryland, little girl Jocelyn, little 12-year-old girl kidnapped and murdered in Texas. I mean, you never heard any of these celebrities say anything about the crisis at the crosswalk. To me, it's disheartening that, Hollywood now, what are they upset about? They're only upset because they're going to lose
they're going to lose.
And they don't care.
election,
They
right?
don't care about Biden's age.
No.
They don't care about Biden's health. And they always start their sentences before they say Joe needs to go. He's an honest, hardworking, decent man. Is he really?
Yeah, he's honest.
Is Joe
Yeah,
really an honest, good man? Because I think we could rip apart that narrative quickly.
Honest?
Yeah, I know. We'll get to
Nick, honest.
Yeah, that's what they
Are
say.
you kidding me?
That's what they say.
I know that, but I mean, it is. Oh, we love Joe. He's an honest guy. Really? Was he honest about the civil rights movement, the Puerto Rican community, the black community, the black churches, the synagogues, Joe Bidenopolis, Polish, Italian, Amtrak trains on a bridge without a rail line? Is he still being honest? I can't listen. These liberals. These people, I've been getting into it on X with them a lot. Yesterday, the Biden-Harris HQ boast, Donald Trump said to inject bleach. I said, you know what? It's time for you idiots, you morons, to provide a transcript. And I had one guy go, well, he didn't say bleach, but he said disinfectant, so it's close enough. You said he injected bleach. You said it. I didn't say it. You idiots said it. All of you. Every last one of you liberals are morons. I can't take it anymore. It is pissing me off. I am so upset. Because they will tell you with a straight face, Donald Trump told us to inject bleach, right? And then when you ask them to show me the proof, they go, well, here it is. Donald Trump said inject disinfectant, which is a treatment. UV light treatment is a treatment. They injected it into the tracheas of COVID patients and it worked. But they're saying that, Donald Trump said to inject bleach. And when you ask them for it, they go, well, he didn't say bleach, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
You just said he said bleach.
They take
None
all
of
the
these
low-hanging
things these people
fruit
say.
every
I
time.
can't take it.
I agree.
I can't take it.
You should have Sean as President Trump read that.
Yes.
I know you're going to get to it.
Yeah, let's go to that.
Yeah.
And we actually also have the exclusive audio of George Clooney telling Joe Biden directly his time is up. We'll play that in a moment. But first, let's hear Donald Trump from the man himself, his rebuttal to George Clooney ditching the big guy.
Okay. So now fake movie actor George Clooney, who never came close to making a great movie, is getting into the act. He's turned on Crooked Joe like the rats they both are. What does Clooney know about anything? He uses Democrat talking points that Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, has saved our democracy. No, Crooked Joe was the one who weaponized law enforcement against his political opponent, who created the most devastating inflation in the history of our country, who embarrassed our nation in Afghanistan, and whose crazy open border policy has allowed millions of people to illegally pour into our country, many from prisons and mental institutions. Crooked Joe Biden didn't save our democracy. He brought our democracy to its knees. Clooney should get out of politics and go back to television. Movies never really worked for him.
That was Donald Trump's post on Truth Social yesterday.
Beautiful.
Well done.
Press secretary.
By the way, I also love how you work in the inhale when he goes.
Yes.
You have to.
You've got it timed out. Your pacing is just.
It's amazing. And I'm reading the post like you read it verbatim. You're amazing.
Yep.
That was the highlight of my day.
There you go. We need to get that in a promo immediately. Let's get to the exclusive audio. This was George Clooney telling Joe it's time to go.
Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day.
The time has come. You need to resign, Joe.
Come on, man. I had a bad night, and it wasn't even that bad. Eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. We finally beat Medicare.
Look, if you resign right now, we'll take you out for ice cream.
Chocolate chips?
Chocolate chips.
Joe's going out for ice cream tonight, by the way, after his big boy presser at 5:30. So that was the audio. We were supposed to have video. I have no idea what happened to the video. I thought we were good there. But that was George Clooney as Batman taking out Mr. Freeze, Arnold Schwarzenegger. By the way, if you follow a lot of great parody accounts on Twitter, one of the best parody Trump accounts on Twitter is Donaldo Trumpo, who just basically makes all those parody videos and uses artificial intelligence, and they're just absolutely glorious. Let me
Let me
grab.
tell you something about that account.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
account, let me just, because that account was so funny, right? The Donald Trumpo. When Trump was banned, there was actually a bunch of people who thought that was him.
Really?
And I was just like, yeah. I couldn't understand why so many people, and it was like a QAnon thing, right? They're like, it's Trump. And I'm like, okay. So Twitter banned Donald Trump. You think Donald Trump put Donald O? He put an O at the end of his name. Donald O. Trump O.
Oh, he's like
Biden.
Biden. He became Spanish overnight.
They didn't catch on? I mean, come on now. Come on. They're like, oh, you got retweeted by Trump. I said Trump is banned on Twitter. No, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure it is.
All right, Cut Sheet is coming up in just about 12 minutes, and we got a lot of gems lined up for you. Stay tuned. It's Kayal and Company as we continue here on this Thursday morning. But first, let me tell you about my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Acura of Westchester specifically. It's the 2024 Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. We're talking about the 2024 Integra. I used to have an Acura. I had the little model, the little tiny one, the ILX, for about 11 years. But I got to tell you, the Integra, by far the most striking Acura I have seen. And they've got a plethora of great models, but this one really takes the cake. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra today in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Just look what they're doing to Robert Kennedy. They got his family to go against him in Philadelphia. And I have to say this, that family looks like there's a whole lot of problems there. I know they're trying to play off on the Camelot magic of JFK. It's definitely been bred out of the family. The magic, I think, is gone. But that's just me.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.39, Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning, a big boy Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up in just about 6 minutes. More damning polling data courtesy of the great Dawn Stenson, who just handed me this during the break from 6ABC. ABC News, The Washington Post, and the latest Ipsos poll show after Biden's debate debacle, and this is just fresh off the presses, 85% calling Joe Biden too old for another term, and 2/3 say he should quit the race. I always love when you see these polling numbers, and then my instant stock reaction is, well, who are the 1/3 of people out there that think he should still remain in the race, and who are the 15% that don't think he's too old? And again, Sean, we've talked about this. Dawn, we've talked about this a lot. It's not really the fact that he's 81. It's the state of mind that he is in as an 81-year-old man. And Sean, I don't know if you've heard this before, but Dawn's father is in his late 80s and still has his fastball. And Dawn, you talk about it all the time. It's not just specifically Joe's age or Trump's age or this person's age. It's what's left behind the steering wheel. And Sean, you said it. Joe's been out for lunch for a couple of years now.
It's been it's been painfully obvious. I don't care if you're 81 or 31. If you're a mess, you're a mess, right? Age doesn't mean anything. Like Trump is only a couple. They're like, well, Donald Trump is only a couple of years younger than Biden. Age doesn't actually matter to MAGA. And so again, here we go with the left again, playing the word games. Well, because they're within 2 years of each other, you can nullify the age argument. Donald Trump acts like a guy in his 30s, and he's sharp, he's witty, the guy. I don't know if he sleeps. He certainly doesn't have a bedtime. I don't have a bedtime. Nobody tells me to go to bed. I don't do that. And then Joe Biden, he works from 10 to 4, and he goes to bed at 8. And then Corinne Jean-Pierre. Well, if there's an issue, the president's team will brief him. Oh, really? What is caretaker Jill going to walk in? Joey, get up, sweetie. Russia just launched a nuke. What this is. So that, when they play the game with the words, right? Donald Trump is just about as old as Biden. Okay, on a numbers standpoint, sure, that's not up for debate, right? He's 78, Biden's 81, whatever the age discrepancy is, the difference is. But it's how they act. What kind of 71? What kind of 81? As you say, Dawn's father is older, but he's still got his fastball. Joe Biden is 81 years old. Not only did he lose his fastball, but he hasn't had his fastball for like 4 to 5 years. This guy's been throwing beach balls over the plate and wondering why he's getting rocked. And the liberals are like, "Oh, what a great pitcher." Well, this guy's getting shelled. He's got an ERA of 40. What are we doing here?
And it makes me wonder, as this, ABC News Washington Post ISPOS poll that's just released just this morning, it's a cause and effect, because the news has been hammering the facts since the debate and since the poll numbers that he's too old. Now they do a poll, is he too old?
Right.
And so the liberal media worried that he's going to lose the election to Trump. Are they creating this? Then they poll on it. And I mean, that's my question. And then even those who say, even the percentage of those who say, well, I'll still vote for him, say, but he's still too old.
Mm-hmm.
I think only 44%. The Kamala numbers are terrible too. Yeah. Nobody likes her in this, as we look at this newly released poll.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, if Donald Trump was exhibiting displaying the same traits that Joe Biden, first of all, the media would, you think they're killing Biden right now, they would be excoriating Trump. But if Donald Trump was eroding before our very eyes, and once Trump announced in 2023 that he was going to run again, and we started seeing him in 2024, and he was a shell of what he was in 2020, I would be saying, you know what? It's time to go to the bullpen as well. Start telling DeSantis to warm up in the bullpen, or whoever. I know Nikki Haley was technically the last primary challenger standing. I don't want her, but somebody would be having to get ready to knock out Joe Biden if Trump was showing the same traits that Joe is. So I just wanted to pass that along, and it's a good poll that Dawn found. Real quickly, before we get to the cut sheet, Axios with a couple of other scoops on how bad it is for Biden. They said that the internal fallout from the debate was made worse by the White House's senior leadership appearing not to realize how deeply their own aides were impacted by watching Biden's meandering performance in Atlanta 2 Thursdays ago. At the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, about 24 Biden staffers and pro-Biden influencers gathered for a watch party the night of the debate. As the president fumbled several answers, one person stood up and then laid down on the floor, despondent, according to a person in the room. And when the debate's video feed was temporarily interrupted, one campaign staffer blurted out, quote, "Oh, thank God." Like, these people were like in pain, agonizing pain, watching their guy and his whole campaign come to a crashing halt on June 27th. And then now, what's the latest spin effort or the new last-ditch effort to save Joe? Apparently, Gavin Newsom is giving a pep talk to rally the demoralized staff. As Gavin Newsom said, quote, "I plead with you, worry less and just do the work." Quote, "I think there is an old African proverb that says, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together." And that's what this is all about. He added, and this is a quote from Gavin Newsom, "There's never been a president in our lifetimes, I don't know if there ever will be again, that's delivered more than President Biden. It's just a fact," end quote. Gavin Newsom, Mr. Shadow Campaign himself, trying to tell people, stop worrying and just get back to work. It'll all play out the way it's supposed to be. There's your boy Gavin, Mr. $7.86 a gallon for gas, $20 minimum wage for fast food workers. Well, speaking of that, how about that story in California? So now these people had to pay their employees $20 an hour. They can't afford to do it. So what are they doing now? They're cutting their hours. You go from
closing and leaving.
Yeah, and closing and leaving. Yeah.
Going to Texas.
Or any other red state with common sense and a chance to live a decent life. All right, 7:46 Thursday morning. Let's get to another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
All right, what's on the Cut Sheet? Thursday edition. We spoke a little bit about George Clooney and his op-ed for the New York Times as he is bailing on Joe Biden, fresh off of raising $14 million. what about another Hollywood A-lister? Clip 21, boys. Here is actor Michael Douglas, longtime Biden supporter, weighing in on whether Biden's decision to stay in the race and Clooney's op-ed for him to step aside is a valid approach. Apparently, Michael Douglas was on with the cackling hens of The View. Clip 21, watch this.
Michael, I know that you're a longtime Biden supporter, and we've been watching the news this week. It's a little bit disheartening. You even hosted a fundraiser at your home in April, right?
I did.
So what do you think of his debate performance, and do you agree with calls for him to step aside? Even Nancy Pelosi seems on the fence now about him stepping aside.
I know, this is such a tough one. I adore the guy. 50 years of public service.
He's a lovely man.
He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
And this just happens to be one of these elections that is just so crucial.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. I don't worry necessarily today or tomorrow, but a year down the line, I worry. I am concerned.
Yeah.
And so I'd like maybe to go back and forth. I'm looking at some of our politicians who spoke about Biden dropping out last week, and then all of a sudden this week now they're hedging their bets.
Because he's digging his heels in.
Yeah, he dug his heels.
Yeah.
Well, we need courage. We just generally need some strength and courage on the side of both parties. And the doc tries to be as bipartisan as possible.
Yes,
not pointing the finger necessarily.
Arthur Brooks was in it, who's fabulous. I do want to mention George Clooney just came out with an op-ed calling for Biden to step aside, saying the stakes are too high for future generations. Would you like to respond to that?
Well, I think it's a valid point. I mean, I'm deeply concerned. I mean, especially it's difficult because the Democrats have a big bench. I mean, they've got a lot of heavy hitters.
A lot of talent there.
A lot of talent.
They don't know. People have to catch up. They only have a few months to catch up.
And I do worry with the debate, the difficulty with the debate. I mean, it was relatively simple. I mean, first of all, they should have just told the president to stand up, put a little makeup on him, for the debate, which didn't help him, and then where to look.
And call the other guy a convicted felon.
And call the other guy, and just don't deal with all your facts, just deal with his lies.
Just say you're a liar. That's a lie. That's another lie, and a lie, and
when
a lie,
he does
and a
that,
lie.
everybody says you're not doing that. You can't win in this game. I really feel bad for him. You know what? If he can't do the job, and we see he can't do the job, then he's got to go. But until I can see that, I'm going to support him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good man. He's a wonderful man. I mean, our bench is deep. Did he really say the Democrats have a deep bench? And by the way, Sean, can you get some denture adhesive for Michael Douglas, whatever Nancy Pelosi has left over in her tube?
I don't know if she has anything left because she keeps spitting all over the place. The teeth keep popping out. I think there was one clip where the teeth actually almost fell out. She had to adjust them in real time. It was gross. I like how you called them the cackling hens on The View. Remember the solar eclipse in April?
Yeah.
When they said the birds started singing actually when my wife and I went to Evansville, Indiana to watch this thing, it was one of the coolest things ever. The birds started flipping out when the sun came back out. I wonder if Joy Behar, Whoopi Goldberg, those hens, if they hens, I guess, don't do this, but maybe there was a rooster around them. There's another word for that we're not going to use. Started when the eclipse happened. Because look, The View is my favorite farm show. You can turn it on. You can watch livestock all day long. These people, they are the most insufferable group of wenches I've ever seen. It is just I can't stand them. You know what the rule is? Joy Reid and now Whoopi Goldberg. We do have to use the eclipse glasses.
No, they are
when you are watching the hens. So I always have them on standby just in case.
There's so many mainstream media elitists that I feel are I don't know, they're on a different planet. They're detached from reality. But I will say this about Joy Behar. I don't know if I've seen one person, male, female, news anchor, pundit, or daytime TV talk show host on ABC that is more detached from what's really going on in this world and this country specifically that we have endured for the last 4 years than Joy Behar. This is remember the story about the first Bush who he wouldn't go grocery shopping and he didn't know the concept of a grocery store? I remember reading that years ago. Perhaps some people in the audience might recall this. And I just vaguely remember, and I'm thinking, how detached are you from society that you don't understand what it's like to be in a grocery store. And then there's like Joy Behar and then these other Hollywood elitists who, they don't care. And Dawn, you said this. We've had so much silence from the George Clooneys of the world, the Michael Douglases of the world about our open border and all these people that have been raped and murdered by illegal immigrants and all the females that have had their rights violated. They're completely oblivious to it, or they just don't want to accept it and acknowledge it until it actually shows up on their front porch, on their doorstep, right?
Yeah.
Like, we always hear the hate has no home here, and it's like Martha's Vineyard and the elitist crowd. But the second all of a sudden somebody is in their neighborhood, in their little gated communities, that's when they start to realize it, address it, and hit the panic button. That's the part for me that is just so nauseating with these 1%ers out there, these globalists and these elitists that just, they don't understand what, and look, whether they earned it or didn't earn it, I don't hate on them. I'm a capitalist. Get all the money you can. I'd love to live your life. I'd be right there with you for the most part, except I'd be in a red state. But some of these people are just so despondent and detached from what the everyday man and the everyday woman goes through, especially under the last 4 years. Like, imagine having the audacity to say Joe Biden has done things in his first 4 years that no president would ever be capable of doing. What has he accomplished? Somebody tell me that. And don't give me the CHIPS Act. I don't want to hear about the bipartisan infrastructure bill. I don't want to hear about these 3 or 4 things that KJP brings up when she's in front of the assembled media. Donald Trump accomplished more in 3 years than Joe Biden has accomplished in 51 years of public office.
Well, wait a minute now. You have to give him credit because he allowed allegedly as many as 20 million illegal people to come in here, future voters who are going to vote D. So for the Democrats, I guess that makes him a hero.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's basically replacing a large segment of the population with fresh voters. Yep, because that's what's going to happen. And
New blood.
Let's play
That's
that.
a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory, right? The Great Replacement. Even though they talk about doing it themselves, demographic destiny, it's still a conspiracy theory. That's what they say, right? When you call them out on what they're actually doing, that's a conspiracy theory. I, you know what? I've already expressed my displeasure with the left this morning, and I'm going to leave it at that.
All right. So let's talk about the Great Replacement theory, because it's a conspiracy theory, right? But what happens if somebody is on The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God and says, as an African-American man, that black voters that are ditching the Democrats and maybe going to vote for Trump, which I do believe this time around, it's going to be probably close to 20%. Remember, in 16, Trump got 6% of the black vote. In 20, he got 12%. I think it'll be low end 15, high end 21, 22%. So why are Democrats opening up the border? Because if black voters leave them, they just replace black voters that go Republican for Trump and young people going for Trump with people that are here illegally. And this guy on Charlemagne the God's Breakfast Club show said the quiet part out loud. Clip 33, boys. Wait until you see Dr. Umar completely stunning the Breakfast Club. Clip 33.
Bottom line is, when Joe Biden got elected, he said he wanted to fast track 4 million undocumented residents to full citizenship. Black people completely ignored it. I spoke on it. I said, do you know why he want to fast track 4 million? Because he know he's not going to do nothing for us. We ain't going to be motivated to vote for him November. So what he's going to do is have these migrants already set up with citizenship so they can replace the black vote that he loses. The migrants are being put in our communities on purpose, New York and Chicago on purpose, because they are what? The 2 blackest cities in America. They're the 2 largest cities in America. They're the 2 most politically conscious black communities in America. So if we can wash out the black with the brown in New York, if we can wash out the black with the brown in Chicago, Philly don't stand a chance. Atlanta don't stand a chance. LA, Houston, Dallas, Detroit, Chicago don't stand a chance. The migrants are here for 3 reasons. Replace us at the polls. Replace us at the low.
We went on for a little bit longer, but you guys get the gist of it. Sean Ferris, I don't think that's a right-wing conspiracy theory that's being uttered on that show. It's just common sense, and it's been playing out before our very eyes for the last 4 years.
Not only is it common sense, but it's something that Yvette Clarke, the congresswoman from Brooklyn, New York, admits to doing. She's saying that she needs more illegal immigrants in her district so that she doesn't lose her seat. This is something that she said. Okay, Donald Trump didn't say to inject bleach. Donald Trump didn't tell the woman, I think it was in Arizona, to give her husband fish tank cleaner, right? And then she killed her husband and then blamed it on Trump. That was unbelievable. No accountability in that one, by the way. But Yvette Clarke and many Democrats are out there and on record saying, we could bring these people in and, this country is built on immigrants and demographics is destiny. Even Joe Biden, white people are going to be a minority in our country by whatever year he highlighted. They've been talking about doing this forever. And you have dumb people, very low IQ, the dullest bulb in the box, right? They're like that bulb when you put the Christmas lights up. It's the one that you could just tell is going to go out and put take the whole rest of the line down.
Yeah, it's kind of like the lights in my studio right now. Very dull.
It's gonna. Yeah. It's like this is going to be the problem child right here. Yeah. Right. Like that's what these people are as dull as it gets. Their brains are very, very smooth. It's unbelievable when you say they are actually replacing people. They're replacing voters that they lost at the polls with people who don't belong. They don't belong in this country. If you want to come here, right? If you're an immigrant and you want to come here, you're in search of a better life. I'm sympathetic, right? You can come. There's a process. Go ahead and follow it. There are laws. Follow those. Because if I walk into a bank, right, and say, give me all your money because I'm in search of a better life. Does that mean the robbery is okay? I mean, does that mean if I go steal someone's car in about 5 hours and say, ma'am, I'm taking your car because I'm just in search of a better life. This is okay, right? I mean, that's something that they wouldn't even try on Impractical Jokers. It's so ridiculous, right? This is where we are. Okay. Oh, well, so they're in search of a better life. So they just get to come break our laws and then participate in our elections. And then for the smooth brain morons out there who want to say, right? They want to go out there and say, they're not going to vote in the elections because it's illegal. Okay, how'd they show up in our country? Did they follow the law? No, they came here illegally. Now you think the people who came here illegally that you told me came here to find a better life are not going to try and participate in an election where one party will continue to give them all the free crap that the taxpayers are subsidizing and that they're stealing from us to give to them. That's a real life Robin Hood right now, but it's not for a good cause. You're going to tell me they're not going to try and participate in an election to preserve the handouts for themselves? You mean to tell me that they're in search of a better life? They've broken immigration law to come here, but they're not going to break election law where, by the way, you're probably not going to get caught anyway voting in the elections. Do you honestly think we're that dumb, or are you that dumb? I can't believe the lack of logic on the left. I've known for a while that they're vaccinated against facts. They got their boosters against logic. These are things that are very difficult. We call them soils, slow on intake liberals. Well, we get it, right? But it's reached a point now where we are at a serious problem now with these people. It's not just cognitive dissonance and oops, we have different beliefs and our policies don't work and yours. No. This is it's intentional at this point that they're just trying to be blind to what they know is true.
Yep. Yeah. And Dawn, I was thinking about this, with the opening of the border and the replacement theory. And, there's just this assumption that especially those from Latino nations and the Hispanic community, that they're just automatically going to vote Democrat. I would love to see this backfire on the Biden administration and Democrats in the future, because as you know, that many Latino individuals are very faith-based, family-oriented. They believe in capitalism, hard work, and the American dream. There's no guarantee, though. I think maybe the silver lining is this, especially if you look at the polls. Yes, the black vote's going to be more for Trump than ever before, but all the polling is showing that Hispanic voters are going towards Trump like never before. It might not be 50-50, but it might be 60-40, 65-35, and that could be the difference in an election as well, which is why I think you factor in Marco Rubio. If Marco Rubio can swing any more in favor of Trump in the Latino community, that has to be considered as well.
Yeah, and there are so many different polls that we look at every single day, But by and large, they say that Trump has done better with these communities than any other Republican before him.
Yep.
I still think in Philadelphia, we saw Biden again here in Philadelphia, making 2 stops in Manayunk and Mount Airy at that historically African-American church right here in Philadelphia this week on Sunday. So I think, does Biden still, or do the Democrats still get the majority of that vote as far as black and brown people? If you believe the polls, yes, they'll still get the majority. But these elections are so close that you only need a sliver of those voters. And I would simply say, when you even hear Black Talk Radio, there are people who just feel like they're taken for granted.
Mm-hmm.
And so all that Republicans need, not just for Trump, but down ticket. And that's why Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, everybody was shocked. She came out this week against Biden because she's up for re-election. That's why they're all flipping out. Because if you have communities of people who are just not excited, who are not going to come out for the Democrats, that's going to hurt not just Biden at the top of the ticket, but down ticket. You could have a red wave this November.
Speaking of elections, speaking of the border and voter ID, let's get to yesterday as Chip Roy and Republicans were able to get the SAVE Act passed in the House. I don't think it'll get past the Senate, but nice work out of him. But it's so embarrassing that only 5 Democrats, only 5 of them in the House collectively voted yes for the SAVE Act. I want to play you this montage here. Boys, and there's the graphic you'll see yesterday, courtesy of C-SPAN. 216 Republicans voting yes and 5 Democrats voting yes. Just look at the total partisan lines that are drawn here on Bill 8281. Let's get to clip 31. This is a montage combination of 3 Democrats giving their reason why illegal immigrants should be able to vote despite not being American citizens. You're going to hear from Squad Dem member Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. You're going to hear from Jennifer McClellan, Democrat from Virginia, and Hakeem Jeffries. This is clip 31. Wait till you hear this. Your head will explode. Clip 31. Go ahead.
This bill is essentially a poll tax, because I am not aware of a single proof of citizenship document that does not cost an individual money to get it, unless we are requiring every state to provide one for free, and then it's an unfunded mandate. This is the 2024 version of the Jim Crow poll tax, and we should vote against it.
Only citizens can vote for the United States Senate. Only citizens can vote for the presidency of the United States. So this extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill is not designed to solve any problem on behalf of the American people. It is designed to jam people up and prevent Americans from voting. The extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression.
Hypotheticals. It is under attack right now, right here with this very bill. Republicans want to throw up barriers because when people vote, they lose. Let me be clear. They don't want you to vote. They don't want to hear black voices, brown voices, LGBTQIA voices, young voices. Our fundamental access to our democracy is being politicized. And this xenophobic attack that we're debating today will make it harder for Americans to vote. My Republican colleagues will claim that requiring IDs is a small ask, but nearly 30 million people lack a valid driver's license, and about 15 to 18 million adults don't have access to documents proving their birth or citizenship. Americans don't need more obstacles. It's already hard enough. That's why I'm proud.
So if you didn't drive off the road or throw up or have your head explode, so once again, it's the same talking points. It's the same fear-mongering. It's xenophobic. It's a poll tax. And then it's a mandate. Well, it should be free. We shouldn't have to pay for this, pay for that. Sean Farish, you made a great analogy earlier this morning about the bank. You just can't walk into a bank and rob it and say, well, I'm in dire straits, so I shouldn't be charged. I should be able to do this. We're talking about something it's 2024. This is the United States of America. I don't give a damn about 30 million Americans not being able to get access to a driver's license, or if you can't get a driver's license for whatever reason that you can't drive, get a state-issued ID. You need ID for so many things in this lifetime, in this country. To sit there and try to spin it and argue any other which way you want under the sun with all of your phrases and your cliches and your buzzwords is absolute garbage. Get an ID, find a way to show you are who you claim to be, and then you can vote. These Democrats make me want to just take my eyeglasses off right now and just snap them on YouTube. I just want to break them.
That's what I've been dealing with. This is why I like X, because they're on there. You know, they were on the platform when it was Twitter 1.0, and now they're still on there. And I like to go into like the Biden-Harris HQ accounts and Joe Biden's and just post very simple things. You know, like I said yesterday when they said Donald Trump told us to inject, I said, can you show me the transcript? And they flipped out. And by the way, they hate the term meltdown. And it's how you're melting down. I'm not melting down. You're a fascist, Nazi-loving Hitler, Trump. I'm like, really? Look at that. Look at that. That's not a meltdown. What is that? These people, and it's called the soft bigotry of low expectations. These people look at minorities and think they are inferior. It's the truth. It is the absolute truth. Or they're just gaslighting about it to push their agenda. But I honestly believe that the Democrats still believe that any minority group is an inferior race. And I think they've been enraged ever since Republicans freed their slaves. And no, the parties didn't switch, okay? Take that myth and shove it up where Barack Obama likes it. How about that, okay? The parties didn't switch. The Democrat Party is and always has been the party of the KKK. The Republican Party has always been the party of freedom, liberty, and small government. Now, there are some Republicans who like a little bit of a bigger version of government than I, for one, am comfortable with. Matter of fact, probably 99% of Republicans on Capitol Hill and in the political system have a bigger vision of government than I have. That's okay. We can work to move the party in the right direction if that's where the majority of our voters want to go. But this ID thing, this whole idea that IDs are racist. So only white people have IDs? How did my Spanish friends and black friends and Asian friends and minority, people who belong to minority, how'd they get their driver's license if it's so difficult to do that? This is the same party, by the way, where Kathy Hochul said that young black people in the Bronx don't know what a computer is. Joe Biden said that young black people have to go to McDonald's to get Wi-Fi because they're too poor to have internet at their homes, that poor kids can be just as bright as white kids, that they're going to put black people in chains, right? He didn't want his kids going to school in a racial jungle. These are the people. These are the real racists here. The fact that you're saying that because of the color of somebody's skin or their ethnic background, their upbringing, where they live, what they look like, what language they speak, what religion they practice, because of all of those factors, that they can't get an ID is absolutely ridiculous. And if I was a member of those minority groups, I would be so upset. I'd be posting pictures of my ID at Joe Biden and Democrats every single day, hiding my address, of course, because you don't want to be doxxed, because then these crazy people will show up at your house, because that is also the party of political violence. The fact that you have these people who want to tell you that we can't have voter ID because it's going to suppress turnout. Well, you know what? They're half right. It will suppress turnout. It'll keep the people who are not supposed to be voting from voting, which leaves us, the legal voters, with the weight that our votes deserve to have. 1 for 1. If there's a blue hair out there who's registered to vote, I'm not happy that he, she, it, them, they get to cancel me out. But I expect it. I respect it. I respect it because you're an American citizen registered to vote. I'm an American citizen registered to vote, and we are participating in our system. But if you have somebody, some bad hombre who came across the border, right, and is now participating in our elections, and that person's canceling me out, now I have a problem, because that person not only doesn't belong in our country, but doesn't belong anywhere near our elections. And yet the Democrats are making it easier for them to do that. And the only reason why is because they think that it gives them a better chance of staying in power. That's all they care about is staying in power.
Yep.
Well put.
Go ahead, Don.
It's not about that's well put. That they care about the power and the control of the swamp, not principle.
Let me share these stats. I just looked this up. Take this for what this is worth. I did a quick Google search based on, I think it was Summer Lee that said 30 million people do not have an ID. So I'm just going to ballpark it. We have a population in this country of about 340 million, roughly. So she's claiming 30 million do not have IDs. That's about 10% of America. I just Googled how many Americans do not have a cell phone. And according to statmodeling.stat.columbia, Ivy League.edu, only 1% as of November 26th, 2023, only 1% of Americans do not have a phone. So if that number is correct, 1% of 340 million is what, 3.4 million? So you're telling me there's only 3.4 million Americans that don't have a phone, but 30 million Americans don't have an ID. So my question is, how is it that everybody can find a way to get a phone in this day and age, but you're trying to claim that you can't get ID? That is absolute nonsense. I don't want to hear it. It's a total lie, a total excuse. And what have we learned in the me society that we live in? If you want something, people usually find a way to get it, right?
Amen.
Right. Whether it's the American dream, a job, a career, or even if you're dead broke and you're poor and you're a cigarette smoker, you find a way to scrounge up $8.90 for a pack of smokes. So don't tell me if you want an ID, don't tell me you can't find a way to get it. I don't believe that.
Yeah, and so then what is it? And why did they push Real ID, like the deadline? Why did they push it back to next May of 2025? Remember how everybody across the nation, via your state, you were supposed to get this Real ID. You can go get it. But I think that during the pandemic, unfortunately, Republicans got played.
Yep.
Democrats saw all of this as an opportunity. And the issue, this is such a no-brainer that, of course, you would show proof of citizenship, whether it's through naturalization or, your birth certificate, et cetera. It's a no-brainer. You show proof of citizenship to vote, period.
Yep. You're right. Democrats, the party of lawlessness. It doesn't matter. As long as everybody's feelings are taken care of, laws and rules be damned. All right, let's stay local. One more on Biden. Philly guy Jesse Waters last night had John Fetterman on the show. I actually was bouncing around a little bit last night. I watched like 12 minutes of Aaron Burnett with a 3-person panel breaking down the Biden debacle on CNN. And then around like 8:10, 8:12 or so, I flipped over to Fox and was watching Waters, and he had Fetterman on. It was interesting. Aaron Burnett had Fetterman on, and then Fetterman must have been doing the rounds yesterday from CNN to Fox. This is clip 34, boys. John Fetterman on with Jesse Waters talking about the current situation with Joe Biden. Clip 34.
You saw the debate, just like we all saw the debate. And that didn't change your mind about anything? Of it.
I was actually flying back from Israel at that point, and then when I landed, and I started to get some of the text, and then at that point I realized that I really wanted to get on social media and defend our president after that, and that's what I decided to do. But of course, I mean, I know you and your viewers know that I had a really rough debate as well too.
Yes.
But I really want to remind anybody that I'm not the sum total of a bad debate.
You didn't see Joe Biden's entire debate against Donald Trump?
I didn't. I saw perhaps the most difficult ones, of course. But for me, and I know a lot of the people typically that are watching Fox, realize that Donald Trump may have had a great day and a great debate on that. But what I would like to remind people that some people thought that Donald Trump may have had some of the kinds of difficulty that perhaps Joe Biden, but he was saying things that were untrue, or he was saying things that really, I think, aren't really consistent with some of the values of a majority of people. But without a doubt that Joe Biden didn't have a great debate, but to me, I think that he's going to be our best. I think he's going. I mean, he already beat Trump, and I think this is our best opportunity to defeat Trump again.
So Fetterman is still riding with Biden. He believes that Biden is the best chance to beat Donald Trump. And I think it's significant because yesterday we got the first Democrat senator that came out and said that Joe has to go. That news broke around dinner time yesterday. So interesting that there's still, Fetterman is, still trying to say, well, you can still bounce back from a bad debate. Fetterman was obviously able to do it because he blew out Mehmet Oz. But they also talk about in the past how, Obama had that bad debate in 2012 and then he bounced back. The only difference is Fetterman, you can actually tell from when he had his stroke to where he is now. He is significantly better. He has recovered. He's not 100% of where he was, but I don't know, 70, 75%. That's not happening with Joe. Clooney has said it. It's only going to get worse for Joe as time goes along. And I think that's why now you're going to see a lot of these senators in the next 24 to 48 hours coming out and saying, we need to make a change.
I got to say this about John Fetterman, too. First of all, we have somebody in the YouTube chat who apparently thinks John Fetterman is a bird, calling him John Featherman. I don't know who that is. But we also had John Fetterman, in the debates, hi, good night, everybody. And I think we
good
knew
night,
what
everybody.
He was trying to say. I think he was trying to say good evening, right? And he just replaced the word evening with night. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. He was recovering from a stroke, and now he's actually, I gotta say, I don't like him. He's a Democrat. I'll never vote for him, but he's actually kind of funny. Like he's actually entertaining.
It's personable.
I was watching. I did this. I did a little endurance test last week and watched MSNBC for an hour, and he joined them. With his hoodie and he's in front of the brick wall, the whole nine. And he was entertaining. He was a great interview. I didn't agree with what he was saying, but I was like, I could listen to him. He's playing a heel, in my opinion. Right? He's out there. He's playing a heel. Biden isn't getting better. Okay. And he's not going to get better. He's in cognitive decline. It's not, as KJP would let you know, the notorious KJP would let you know, it's jet lag and a cold. Well, okay. So now, is he still suffering from the cold? Is he still suffering from, if he bombs in the big boy press conference today, what's the excuse going to be now? Is it more jet lag? Is it long COVID? Is it long jet lag? What is it? Right. I mean, we don't know. This is the point, right? Joe Biden is completely gone. Fetterman, yes, he had a bad debate, but he's, pretty comfortable now. He's he's got his stuff together now. Obama, 2012, had a bad debate, but it wasn't what we saw on June 27th, right? After Obama's debate in 2012, was there anybody calling for him to step down? No. And he came back and he had a better debate against Romney the next time around. But this Biden debate was such an abomination that the emperor has no clothes. Everyone can see it. Right. That this is just it's worse than anybody could have possibly imagined. That's the point. It's worse than anybody could have imagined. And it's a lot different than the bad Fetterman debate where we knew he had a stroke, or the bad Obama debate where, it wasn't a good night, but it wasn't a crash and burn like Biden on June 27th.
All right, let's go to Donald Trump as we'll pivot away from Joe. I tell you, there's just not much out there Trump-wise because Biden is sucking up all of the oxygen in the news cycle right now because every single hour that goes by, there's a new soundbite, a new source, a new leak, or a gaffe from somebody trying to spin it somehow, some way. But let's get to Trump, who was on Brian Kilmeade's, I guess, does Kilmeade do a radio show in addition to his TV show?
Yes.
Okay. So I thought I saw the video of this. I'm like, why is Kilmeade wearing headphones? So I don't listen to the Brian Kilmeade radio show, but Kilmeade had Trump on his show. This is clip 16, boys. And Trump was asked whether he will invite Nikki Haley to the RNC. Clip 16.
Just looking at Nikki Haley yesterday, she said, I recommend all my delegates go to President Trump. And they said, are you going to the Republican convention? And she says, I have not been invited. From your understanding, have you not invited her? And would you want to invite her? Is that an oversight or intentional?
Well, I'll take a look at that. I mean, I have heard that this morning, so I'll take a look at that.
So you would like to see her go?
I don't know. I'm going to take a look at it. I want to see. I know she gave her delegates over. There was a lot of bad blood there. She stayed too long. She was being soundly defeated at every place, but she just wouldn't leave. And so we had to continue onward for 2 extra months, which was ridiculous, and she was doing badly. She was losing badly. But, I mean, her mistake was she continued on. She just, keep going. I had that the first time, too. I had a gentleman from Ohio continued on. He just wouldn't, just kept going. He wasn't getting anything. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't getting any votes, but he continued on. There's a time to which you leave. Ron DeSantis left right after Iowa. She should have left right after Iowa. She came in third. She didn't come in second. Ron came in second. But he left after Iowa because he said there was no way he
so
could
you're
win.
still a little angry that she stayed in so long.
She came in third. There was no way. So I just say this. I wish she didn't stay so long.
Right. But do you think she helps you with moderates, that she had a group of people that maybe are hard for you to get?
No, they're not going to vote for Biden. Biden is a low IQ president.
Ron has always been a loser.
And Ron was able to read the writing on the wall. He read the room. He realized it was time to get out. Nikki took it all the way to the 9th inning, the bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, and then she finally checked out. It doesn't seem to me, guys, that Trump has much interest in anything that Nikki Haley can offer. But is that strategically the wrong approach to take? Should Trump be more welcoming to Nikki? Should Nikki be more open about supporting Trump, as opposed to the tweet we read yesterday where it seemed like maybe she missed the mark with the tone?
No, I think that for Trump, who did he reference previously? John Kasich from Ohio, who, what happened to him? Remember him?
Yeah. Good question.
He ate the pizza with the fork and the knife, or he ate a hoagie when he was here. Remember that whole thing? But Kasich, who?
Right.
And I think that's the reference Trump is making, that when you make a misstep like that, you not only anger, it's not really personal necessarily about Trump. It's aggravating to the entire RNC, the GOP, because that's what he's referencing there. Is it adds a huge cost.
Yeah.
And you're costing now 8 weeks.
Right.
Where if you're the front runner, then that frees so much up, not just money, but your time and the entire look at all of the individuals. I'm doing this Trump Force 47 in Chester County, like all these different elements of people, whether they're volunteers and paid, and what they have to focus on. So Nikki Haley, by doing that, which seems at this point, was it egotist? Was it ego? Was it stubbornness? I don't know, because she didn't have a shot. So what was her goal? So now if she's part of, the RNC, the GOP, whatever you want to say, if she's a Republican, why wouldn't she then say, you know what? It's not about me.
Yeah.
It's more about, let's look at the big picture.
Sean, do you see any segment of the Republican Party that Nikki Haley can give to Trump, whether it's moderates, whether it's females, any segment, because this should be, according to, and I know Trump's up in the polls, I do think this will be a very, very tight election, a razor-thin election, where you can sit there and say every vote matters. Does she offer anything to Trump to boost his odds, even if it's 1%?
I don't know. I don't really think she's that likable. I forgot about her, to be honest with you. I forgot she even ran the race. I also have to just pivot back to something that Dawn said, because I didn't realize that this happened. John Kasich ate pizza with a fork.
That's a disqualifying move right off the top. Yes.
Disqualifying. He should be indicted for that, right? I mean, you're going to go after Trump. Listen, they went after Trump in New York. This guy ate the pizza, and you know what his excuse was? It was hot.
Yeah.
But what do you want, the pizza to be cold? What are you going to eat, an Elio's pizza before putting it in the oven?
I used to love Elio's as a kid. Those
and
three little squares.
Yeah, but you know what? Those were hot too. Never ate that with a fork, right? And I would burn the roof of my mouth. I'd burn the palms of my hands. Be a man, eat it with your hands. All right.
By the way, do you fold your pizza? Do you fold your slice, or do you eat it the way it is?
No, fold. You got to fold. You got to go for the fold, because then the oil collects in the middle, and it's like Gushers in pizza form, right? You bite it and you get this rush of flavor and heat, and your mouth gets burned, and it's amazing. But to answer your question about Haley, I don't think she gives him anything, because you know what? If she did bring anything to the table, she'd be at the RNC. I think the powers that be would have spoken to Trump and said, "Hey, look, listen, I know you don't like her. I know she doesn't like you. She would love me in the back of an Escalade, but that's about it. The escapade. We know what happens. Nathan's hot dog eating. She did the old hawk tour to the wrong people. But I think that I think if she did bring something to the table, the powers that be would have gotten to Trump and said, look, man, just like you're doing with Biden, you were quiet. You let him kind of, gave him enough rope to politically hang himself. Why don't you do this? Be the bigger man. She'll speak one of the days and, and do something supportive. We'll give her some talking points and she'll help you, bring this party together. I think the Republican Party is unified now, specifically because Donald Trump was quote unquote convicted in New York. So I think a lot of people understand what they're up against. You see Navarro in jail, you see Bannon in jail, you see what they're doing to J6ers. And now you see that that Donald Trump has been convicted and there's all this other, all the other lawfare that's going on. So if Nikki Haley truly brought something to the table, somebody would have been big enough to bring it up to the Trump campaign and say, look, man, you don't need her, but you will benefit from her having a small moment at the convention. And she's not there. Mm-hmm. And they don't want her there. So I don't think she brings anything to the table, to be honest.
We've been talking a lot about Project 25 and how the left is using that against Donald Trump. We've given you Trump's rebuttal, and we went through yesterday in the Big Take and at 6:30, Donald Trump's 20-point platform for 2024. I want to play you this. This is clip 17 as Project 2025 is in the spotlight again. And Ben Shapiro provides a moment of hilarity as he dunks on Sean Farish's favorite guy, Eric Swalwell. Listen and watch clip 17. Let it go, boys.
Mr. Shapiro, thank you for joining us today. I think it is important that you're here as one of the leading conservative voices in the country. And the country has, in the last couple weeks, talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. And you're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know, from your perspective, I think it would help us understand on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. My parents would be proud.
Oh, man. Your boy, Sean Swalwell, Eric Swalwell, just getting devoured by Ben Shapiro. What a moment.
Yeah, well, and I saw somebody comment on X the other day. Ben Shapiro is used to destroying college kids, so this time he had his way with an 8th grader. I mean, it was really funny. Listen, Swalwell, the only thing I would have changed about what Shapiro just did, and I'm not a huge fan of his, but he does good things. We call Ben Shapiro the gateway drug for conservatives, right? You start with Ben Shapiro and then you make your way progressively into like more bold speakers. But Shapiro has his role, and he's got a very good, successful show. And I will never, ever tell anybody to, be ashamed of their success. I'm not the biggest fan of his, but he did a good job yesterday. If I was Ben Shapiro, I would have at least made one fart reference because Eric Swalwell let one go on live. I would have been like, hey, Eric. I would have obviously done it as Trump. Was that a one-cheek sneak? I think I just heard it. Okay. I think I just saw you shift. That was the one cheek. I smell it too. It was the one cheek. Smells like Crooked Joe on a debate stage. Okay. Not as bad because he pooped. Just your farting. I call him his flatulence. And we know he had a relationship with Fang Fang. We call her Chinese takeout. Yep. Chinese take roast pork lo mein. Yep. We call her wonton soup. Okay. She was very involved. Chinese spy. She came from China. I thought it was funny though. I think Shapiro did obviously a great job yesterday. I would have I'm 5 years old, really, so I would have made a fart joke, or I would have at least I would have made the noise like once.
You would put a whoopee cushion underneath his area of his desk.
Yeah. Could have stuck Whoopi
Is that who
Goldberg
Whoopi
under
Goldberg?
there.
Oh, there it is. See, same page. That's it. That's a great minds think alike. Was that who? That has to be what Whoopi Goldberg was named after.
No, the whoopee cushion.
Yeah.
A lot of
Oh,
cushion
my
for the
goodness.
pushing, no doubt.
Boy.
Let's laugh. Let's laugh a little bit here. One crazy clip. I've got more of this left-wing hysteria. We'll save for part 2 of the cut sheet. But boys, this is clip 15. This is Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner's daughter. Apparently, she has a new cause. She is demanding mask availability and the return of mask mandates in all sorts of governmental facilities, even though masks proved to be ineffective against COVID. Clip 15, Ben Affleck's daughter who just can't let it go.
Hi, Violet Affleck, Los Angeles resident, first-time voter. I'm 18. I contracted a post-trial condition in 2019. I'm
She's wearing
okay
a
now,
mask
but
right
I
now.
saw firsthand that medicine does not always have answers to the consequences of even minor viruses. The COVID-19 pandemic has thrown that into sharper relief. 1 in 10 infections leads to long COVID, which is a devastating neurological cardiovascular illness that can take away people's ability to work, move, see, and even think, stands to exacerbate our homelessness crisis, as well as the suffering of many people in our city. It hits communities of color, disabled people, elderly people, trans people, women, and anyone in a public-facing essential job the hardest. To confront the long COVID crisis, I demand mask availability, air filtration, and far UVC light in government facilities, including jails and detention centers, and mask mandates in county medical facilities. We must expand the availability of high-quality free tests and treatment, and most importantly, the county must oppose mask bans for any reason. They do not keep us safer. They make vulnerable members of our community less safe and make everyone less able to participate in Los Angeles together.
She said all that in 19 seconds, folks. I mean, I first of all, I don't know how you breathe with a mask on to begin with, but to go through that warp speed word salad that she just shot through. I mean, that would take a normal functional person that reads like an adult in about 2 minutes. She concluded in 29 seconds. Let it go. They don't work. And it doesn't matter how high you put it up on your head, too. You see how she had it placed? She had like this string up towards the back of her skull. So like it makes it more of a vacuum seal fit across her mouth. And then, of course, your glasses fog up while you're wearing them. And you can't breathe. Like, some of these people are just, I really do. This should be the poll question for the rest of eternity. What or who broke people's brains more? Donald Trump or COVID?
I think we're going to say a combination of the two. Now, she spoke so fast, it sounded like the end of the car commercials, you know?
Yeah, with the disclaimers.
Yeah, the disclaimer at the end of the car commercial. That's what that sounded like, and it was all nonsense. Like, too, it wasn't like it was all BS. It was all garbage. We have study after study after study after study after study now that say that the mask does not work. Okay, now it works. It works to protect me from the fact that somebody may be ugly. I don't have to see their face. That helps. But it doesn't protect you from a virus. It's like trying to stop mosquitoes with a chain link fence. That's what's happening. You know, that's just how it is. And the craziest part was, remember in schools where they said that kids had to put something, face coverings, because they wouldn't use the word mask. And it could have been like a piece of fabric. You could go to Costco wholesale. You could buy like 100-pack, and they're about 15 cents a piece, right? You mean to tell me that a 15-cent piece of somebody's old piece of underwear is stopping the deadliest pandemic known to man? This is where they are with their logic. It doesn't exist. And you mentioned strapping it on and you know, it's going to cover up your whole face, and your glasses are going to fog up and you can't breathe. You know, we should only be so lucky that some of these people start passing out and realizing like, hey, this wasn't working. Maybe we should take a break, because they are broken. I mean, completely. And so this is why I sing the Imperial March in the supermarket when I see people wearing masks. I treat them like Darth Vader. This is because it's what are you saving? How about the mask alone in the car? What are you What are you protecting yourself from? The steering wheel going to sneeze on you?
Well,
Like, what are we doing?
And I love some of these buttheads out there in society that wear like the Under Armour mask or the Nike mask. Like all of these big, apparel companies created their own mask to profit during COVID. So if the KN95, which is, the Rolls Royce of masks, is ineffective in stopping it, you think that Nike one that you bought at Dick's Sporting Goods for $29.99 made out of cotton and cloth is going to work? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Just
oh,
stop
yeah.
the charade
it's going to work great.
already.
It's going to work great. Yeah, we're going to put the Nike one. I see now during COVID, I said, all right, we're going to do it. I was in New York. You had to wear one, or people like chased you around with baseball bats if you didn't. It's like, I don't want to get hurt. I bought a Trump one, Trump Pence it said on it, and I used to wear it at the supermarkets, and people would get so mad at me. I was just looking for pork chops, and there'd be people standing next to me, like with the dirty look, and I'm like, is there an issue? Your mask, this, that, and I was like,
I'll take it off then.
I'll take it off,
Yeah.
and then I start coughing, and they start flipping out. I was like, I can take it off. No.
All right, put it back on.
I could tell like somebody definitely wasn't a Trump fan. And I was like, they were like, oh, I don't like your mask. And I was like, oh, which one am I wearing? I don't know. So they had to say the word Trump. It had to come out of there. It says Trump on it. And I was like, oh, okay. So you can say it without melting. Great.
Right.
Are you going to break out in hives now that you said his name? Is that what's going to happen? Crazy.
All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We'll come back. Dawn's got a big 3 lined up. We'll get to some of the news stories that we haven't hit on in the 6 and the 7 o'clock hour. And then coming off right off the top at the 9 o'clock hour, just 2 days ago on the show, I went through, and I know, Sean, you gave your list, and Dawn as well, about what swing states you feel most comfortable with right now pertaining to Trump and which is the biggest liability. I don't know, maybe the Trump campaign was listening because a few of the Trump advisors told Axios how they rank the swing states from hardest to easiest. And which one is the hardest? I wonder which one it could be. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. SBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
What a great time. Midsummer, oh, it's all upon us. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful vehicles on the roadways today. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. There is power in Piazza. They're across our region. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, Piazza. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Is on? Hello, hello, hello.
That could very well be the big guy for the Big Boy Presser coming up at 5:30 today. as our fearless commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, will address the nation with a press conference coming up at 5:30 this afternoon. It's Kayal and Company. Good to have you guys in here on this Thursday morning. A little reprieve from the heat, as Dawn Stensland has told you this morning in multiple forecasts. And how are the Trump campaigners and staffers and aides and advisors, how are they forecasting the swing states? We'll get to that directly from multiple Trump advisors coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. But let's get to some of the news that maybe we have not addressed so far in the program. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Natural Lands. Hey, get ready to pay higher tolls if you're traveling over some local Riverport Authority bridges. The DRPA's Finance Committee advanced that new toll schedule. Yes, and the plan increases passenger vehicle tolls from $5 to $6 if you're traveling on the Ben Franklin Bridge, Walt Whitman, Commodore Barry, Betsy Ross bridges. So they're going to vote next Wednesday, July 17th. This takes effect August 1st. So this is a developing story. Bidenomics, and now the bell tolls for thee, I suppose. This will be the first toll hike in 13 years.
You know, Dawn, I've had a surplus of cash lately at my palatial estate, and I was figuring I'd just get rid of a little of the loose change that I've been accumulating. Why not dump it into some more tolls?
Yeah.
Especially with gas being so cheap at $1.87 a gallon. We could swing this. It's only been 13 years.
This is so true.
What are tolls? I live in Tennessee. What are those?
Oh.
What a concept.
Rub it in.
I was just checking my my mobile app banking statement yesterday, and I just got whacked again, another $35 for my Easy Pass, which I get charged monthly on. And it's just, I just try to avoid any of those highways or interstates at all costs. Just don't want to give away that cash.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
There's multiple court cases we've been watching. So first, we're watching after the defense wrapped up in the trial of Senator Bob Menendez, closing arguments yesterday saying the case against the Democrat was shaky and rotten to its core. So as we move forward this week, we expect that we'll get a verdict in the Senator Bob Menendez case. And then what does that mean if he is exonerated? What is it? Because remember, he's running as an independent in the Jersey race. So, and he's polling about 3%. So if he's exonerated, does he get more of that vote? Does he hurt Andy Kim and the Democrats? This has political ramifications, obviously. And then as well, we're looking toward what's going to happen during sentencing today for a real iconic figure, a character, larger-than-life character in Philadelphia for more than 3 decades. This is former biggity big labor leader John Doherty, and he will be sentenced today after having been found guilty of bribery and embezzlement charges. He and former city council member Bobby Heenan, you may recall, were convicted back in 2021. Doherty and his former Local 98 president Brian Burrows both convicted of embezzling more than $600,000 from their union. So what does he face? Doherty could get up to 14 years in prison. They also want him to pay back more than $2 million in restitution to Local 98, which, of course, he led famously here in Philadelphia for more than 3 decades. So Doherty pleading for leniency from the judge, citing his commitment to Philadelphia, all of the charities and nonprofits that he did indeed support, and as well the work that he did, the good work he did for the union and the Union Strong.
Yeah, speaking of court cases as well, the Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial back underway again. If found guilty, I just saw this come across, he faces, surprisingly, only 18 months in jail. It's involuntary manslaughter, so I think people will be...
You know what's crazy about that?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that? January 6thers who got indicted and charged with 1512 obstruction of an official proceeding faced up to 20 years. They didn't kill a soul.
Right. And Alex
Isn't that crazy?
Baldwin playing around with a gun, kaboom, somebody's dead. Year and a half.
Yeah.
Year and a half.
Yep.
Lena Hutchinson, a mom,
Mm-hmm.
young woman. Yeah, that's a great point you bring up.
Really
All right.
good point, yep.
On a brighter, lighter note, I don't know if you have a pet pig or if it ever got loose, but we had a 300-pound rescue pig. Yes, a rescue pig named Dorothy. N-E-M, but the pig is named Dorothy. And she got loose from a horse trailer on the Schuylkill Expressway right near KOP yesterday afternoon, caused quite a traffic jam, and it was quite a sight to see.
I don't know about
Chris
you.
Christie's a rescue pig.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
I had to do it. I had to. I'm so sorry.
I knew you were going to go somewhere down that. I thought maybe Rosie O'Donnell, but I like Sloppy.
I'm going to say maybe the beast of the Southeast, Stacey Abrams. You know what I'm talking about. Rescue pig. Have to say it.
We need to find a bunch of our audience members that enjoy a quality pork product, and we'll gather together today, and we'll find that 300-pound rescue pig, and we'll have a bacon feast for the ages.
Oh, no, I've never seen a pig. This is a curly-haired. I'm not making this up. I should have sent the images to Phil Almquist, but this pig has like curly hair. Like it's almost like wearing a wig on its back. I'm not making it up.
So it is Rosie O'Donnell.
There you go. See, it looks like it's either Rosie or Joy Behar, right? Well, you know who else we call her? You know who else we say? The notorious PIG. I call her the notorious PIG. Rashida Tlaib. You know that.
Piggy Smalls.
Piggy Smalls. Piggy Smalls. We call her Piggy Smalls because she's horrible. You know, back on Long Island a couple years ago, a bull, like an actual bull, got loose.
Oh my
in
gosh.
Shirley. Yeah, and he broke out of a slaughterhouse, and he got loose. And I think he's still alive today. They found him, and then they say, you escaped. They brought him to, I think, Jersey, and he's living out the rest of his life. So,
what was the other farm animal recently we had in the news? Didn't a horse get loose and he was running down the turnpike or something?
AOC. No, you're thinking of AOC and Jamal Bowman. They had the rally in the Bronx.
Yeah,
she looks like a donkey.
Yeah, pull a fire alarm and then you take off.
It's a sin. Well, no, in this case, Dorothy, I guess there was a rear gate of a trailer. Dorothy, the curly-haired pig, was being transported. The rear gate of the trailer apparently came open somehow, and luckily they were going slow, maybe stuck in traffic. So Dorothy then sort of tumbles out of this and is at the side of the road just looking very adorable, but it's a huge 300-pound pig. I mean, it's a big pig. And so there were people stopping and giving, because it was hot. Heat wave.
Do we know if there's...
The one that was 300 pounds?
Yes.
300 pounds?
Yeah.
Too small to be Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Christie on Ozempic. do we have video footage of this? And
Yes.
Phil and Henry, if you can find, or Dawn, send them the clip. For cut sheet part 2, we need the... Because you know what what people do in society, the moment something like this happens, you immediately grab your phone.
Yes.
You start recording it, or you go live on TikTok or Instagram or whatever platform you use. I mean, could you... I could just picture the pig, Rosie, falling out of the back of the trailer, and I'm thinking of Joe when he fell off his bike in Delaware. Just kaboom.
Well, Dorothy was okay, but people were not only videoing this because then the Pennsylvania State Police came to help out and get traffic moving and that sort of thing, but people were stopping, giving the pig food, bottled water. So it was quite a spectacle for sure.
If you're the cop, you got to take the pig out. You got to shoot it, or you got to jump on top of it and stick your finger up his nostrils. Remember when Jim Carrey and Me, Myself, and Irene, when he's the Rhode Island State Trooper and he strangles the cow to death on the highway?
Oh no! They were very kind to Dorothy the pig.
Okay,
it was sweet. Nobody stuck their fingers up her nose.
I've got a craving for bacon right now. I
Stop.
could go for a nice Wawa bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant or a bagel. Oh.
Well, we're sponsored by Natural Lands. A monarch caterpillar eats 200 times its weight before it transforms into a butterfly. And the only plant it can eat is milkweed. Natural Lands nature preserves are filled with meadows of milkweed and happy monarchs. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life, nature for all. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, we will dissect the swing states from the Trump perspective as Trump advisors telling Axios, this is how we see it from top to bottom. Which swing state is the most difficult to win and which will be the easiest? We're going to get to that as we continue. And also, 28 years later, The Simpsons, still alive, still relevant, still with some amazing political and social predictions. that have come true yet again. Kayal and Company, Hour 4, coming up next.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's hot out there, and your inefficient windows mean high utility bills all year long. Window Nation sells some of the most energy-efficient windows you can buy and was recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Stop paying more than you have to. Schedule an in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with 0 copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise.
And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy-efficient and budget-friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted Best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, 901, Kayal and Company, as we continue just 8.5 hours away from the big boy press conference. Joe Biden addressing the nation today, coming up at 5:30 this afternoon. If I had to guess, I would assume that Zioli will carry that live. So as you always are listening, be on the lookout for that instead of watching on the television. I would say keep it locked to 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we continue. 9 o'clock hour here on Kayal and Company. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Morning mystery movie clip in less than 20 minutes, and then we will get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Also, what happened today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But, you know, Sean, I think the Trump administration was listening to us 2 days ago because we did a brief segment on how we would assess our personal confidence level in each of the 7 swing states. And you and I were pretty much on the same page, slight difference here or there. And the Trump administration, multiple advisors telling Axios that this is the way they view the swing states from hardest to easiest. If you missed the show on Tuesday, the way I ranked them, I did them from easiest to hardest. And I had North Carolina as the easiest, Arizona at number 6, Nevada at number 5, Georgia at number 4, Wisconsin at number 3, Pennsylvania 2nd, and Michigan 1st. I believe you had slightly different in that order?
Yeah, I had from easiest to most difficult. North Carolina was my easiest one. I believe Georgia was number 2. What was it? Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Pennsylvania was number was Pennsylvania? No. I see. I'm trying to remember now what I said. I totally forgot.
Did you have maybe you had Wisconsin as the hardest?
I think I had Wisconsin as the hardest because of the drop boxes. So I want to say I went North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Right? I said Arizona. I know I said Arizona after Nevada, harder than Nevada because of Maricopa County. So we do North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Okay. So let's go through this, what the Trump campaign views from most difficult to easiest. I'll start at the bottom, though, and I'm going to do this for a reason, because it's about our listening area. So the Trump advisors say Arizona is the easiest, followed by Nevada, followed by North Carolina, followed by Georgia at number 4, Michigan 3rd, Wisconsin 2nd, and they believe Pennsylvania to be their hardest swing state to win, which is interesting because they won Pennsylvania in 2016, defeating Hillary, but Joe Biden carried Pennsylvania by about 180,000 votes, if I recall correctly, in 2020. So, you know, Dawn, we talk about this a lot, and I've said that I think this election could very well come down to Pennsylvania, could very well come down to perhaps Bucks County. Northampton County, up in the Lehigh Valley, my neck of the woods where I grew up, is a bellwether county, very important. So the Trump campaign is viewing Pennsylvania to be the most difficult, and Cook Political says only the top 3 are still toss-ups. Cook Political believes Trump has Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona, I don't want to say locked up or in the bag, but strongly either showing or leaning Trump. And basically, PA, Wisconsin,
Wait, not
Michigan
just
is
leaning
toss-up.
Trump, because this is down ticket. This is McCormick. This is it, right?
Red up and down.
So
red.
I think it's significant because this just came out. I mean, this just came out yesterday. That Cook report that these were listed as toss-ups, and then they put, well, they're leaning Republican, which is fantastic news.
Yes, absolutely is. Which then would leave, if that's true, if Trump takes Georgia, Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, he only needs one of those 3 Rust Belt states, PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And if you look at this story from the sources that were given to Axios, here's what Axios is reporting from the Trump campaign. They say the following, quote, the Trump campaign sees a clearer map emerging, with these swing states being hardest to easiest to win in this order: PA, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. You could flip the first 2, but the campaign puts Pennsylvania first because it's the biggest swing state and because Biden desperately needs it. They go on to say, and this is very interesting, and this plays right into your wheelhouse, Sean Farish, as a J.D. Vance guy. Job number 1 for the VP nominee, besides raising money, will be to park in Pennsylvania to try to deny Biden the biggest of his blue wall states. The Rust Belt appeal of Senator J.D. Vance, Republican from Ohio, helped rocket him to one of the finalist slots to be Trump's running mate. So let me ask you, Sean, because I know you like J.D. Vance a lot. Is J.D. Vance capable of swinging Pennsylvania in Donald Trump's favor?
I think he is, and I think he is for a number of reasons. Number one, the guy's a great communicator. He's young. He's got a lot of energy. And I think he's been rock solid, absolutely rock solid in the Senate, right? So from a track record standpoint, we're in a good spot with J.D. Vance. But I'm going to tell you something, and maybe he's going to lean into this. Maybe he won't. If I was close to him, I would advise him maybe to try this. Focus group it with some smaller groups of people first. J.D. Vance, and a lot of people use this as a knock. And I understand that people kind of may be apprehensive about it. J.D. Vance used to despise Donald Trump. There are texts about him, comparing him to Hitler, the whole 9 yards. And you're like, well, how is that a good thing? Well, the good thing is that it looks like, based off of his actions and his words, but specifically his actions, that he realized he was wrong about that and has come around to a new way of thinking, which is I respect somebody who changes their way of thinking. I wasn't the biggest fan of Donald Trump when he first declared he was running in 2016, but I came around. J.D. Vance seems to have come around, and I think he can use that. He can grab a bunch of people and you could say, listen, what do you have reservations about with regards to supporting Donald Trump, right? Why are you apprehensive toward Trump? Why are you reluctant to support Donald Trump? Because if I'm J.D. Vance, I'm going to these people saying, I think I was where you are. Right. I was like that once. Right. I thought he was, he was Hitler. I thought he was an authoritarian. I thought he was a clown and he didn't have a lot of class. Are these some of the issues that you're struggling with? And if those voters turn around and say to J.D. Vance, yeah, I think, he said this, he said that, very fine people, blah, blah, blah. J.D. Vance can say, look, I used to think this way, but here's what I did. And here's how I came around to, my new position and use that as a way to relate to these voters and say, look, I wouldn't be on the ticket. I wouldn't be his vice president if I didn't think he was the right man to run the country for the next 4 years and lean into that. And specifically with Vance and Pennsylvania, and I hear the list that you're talking about that the Trump campaign was going through, and it seems like I'm making an assumption, I don't know, but the states that they're factoring in being the most difficult to flip are the ones with the largest metropolitan city centers: Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania look like they're going to be more difficult flips than, a North Carolina or a Nevada or an Arizona. The fact that they have Arizona as the easiest, I disagree with because of Maricopa, but that's neither here nor there. I think Vance can absolutely move the needle in PA. I think him coupled up with what Scott Pressler is doing out in Bucks County. Now, I think just about 300 votes away from flipping Bucks County, where there will be more Republican registered voters than Democrats, is a huge deal, a major story. But I do think Vance can move the needle. And I think that's how. I think he can relate to the voters who are kind of still hesitant about Donald Trump. And Vance can say, listen, I used to believe the same things. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because I'll show you what changed my mind. Maybe it'll change yours. Have a discussion and keep going from there. And 39 years old, lots of energy, charisma, amazing story, veteran. I think he's the right guy for the job.
Now, you mentioned Scott Pressler.
Yep.
He was at one of these events to launch these new Trump Force 47 offices across our region.
And when's yours coming up?
So mine is tonight. So this is what, if you have questions, or you're feeling like you want to get involved, you want to volunteer in some way, be a canvasser, go to door, be a poll watcher, and you're especially in the Chester County area, I'll be from 5 to 7 this evening. It's 15 South Church Street. This is Chester County, Westchester. So 15 South Church Street. So there'll be a program, there'll be refreshments, and these events are happening across the region. Montgomery County just launched their office, and that was, 2 weeks ago with Kathy Barnett. So, these are great events and great ways for people who, you can come and learn more and get involved, because you just heard, Sean Farish, Nick Kayal saying, hey, by all these polls, Pennsylvania could be the key to the White House, the toughest swing state, as they're saying. And that's why, they really are making an all call, saying they need all hands on deck.
Mm-hmm. Axios also reporting, and Sean, you mentioned, some of the big blue cities in these top three swing states, Philly, Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Milwaukee. The convention obviously coming up next week, Monday in Milwaukee. Axios is saying that Trump wants the platform that he just gave out this past week, the 20 points that we went through, to set the stage for the RNC convention, which will begin Monday in Milwaukee, including superstars and television stars that will be present, including TV star Amber Rose. Another plan had 50 Cent, the hip-hop artist, amongst primetime surprises to portray Trump as connected to pop culture. And then apparently there's going to be 4 different nightly themes, with Make America Wealthy Again one night, Make America Safe Again, a theme for the second night, Make America Strong Again the third night, and Make America Great Once Again the fourth night, because Trump is trying to appeal to the masses. So when you read between the lines and you just play the word association game, he wants to take care of, obviously, the border. That's first and foremost for him in his 20-point plan, and obviously the largest mass deportation operation in history. So we're looking at safety, wealthy, obviously the economy, get inflation under control, get energy costs back to where it was, get these grocery prices down, maybe the housing market can correct itself, and then of course strong again with law and order and our military presence. So I do think it's kind of a smart move to kind of play off of the whole MAGA concept with different words and different adjectives, and maybe have a different theme each night where we can focus one issue at a time. And I really do think, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a supporter, a voter, maybe a borderline fanboy, but I'm looking forward to the energy of next week. And I think what's going to be very palpable is you are going to see, especially if Biden doesn't get swapped out, if Biden ends up being the guy when the DNC convention comes around in August, just compare and contrast the energy levels of the conventions in the cities in which they will be held. It will be a night and day difference between what we see next week in Milwaukee opposed to 6 weeks from now in August with DNC. I think that will be the first thing people notice when they watch any of the coverage of this.
Yeah, I think the RNC is going to be like a party. Right. I mean, it's going to be upbeat. It's going to be a positive. It should be positive messaging. Obviously, you want to hit Biden on the negatives, but I love this. I think Tamar Walker in the YouTube chat is saying, I love the plan to have a different Make America blank again each night of the convention. I think that's brilliant because it's going to hit on the important issues. Right. And so that's what voters want to hear about, I think. Right. They don't want to hear about abortion, not that it's not an important issue. I don't like to ever downplay issues for people because it's not. So everyone has their issues, right? My biggest issue for a long time has been immigration. I didn't like them. People are like, nah, nobody cares. People care. But, it's the pain points. I always go back to when I was doing sales. When did I make my most effective pitches? When I was able to zero in on what a prospective customer didn't like about the current service they were dealing with. So if I was dealing with somebody who had Xfinity Comcast, you know that Comcast, we call it Comcast, the boxes were big. When I said, hey, DirecTV, we have small boxes the size of a smartphone, it'll reduce the clutter. You know, the women in the family were like, hey, you know, nice. It'll be easier for us to keep clean. Husbands didn't care, but it's all about focusing in on those pain points. What is hurting people the most? Dan Bongino calls them the finger prick issues. And those are grocery store prices, housing prices, right? The fact that interest rates haven't been cut, it's absolutely wrecking the housing market. There's no supply. So anything that's on the market right now is getting jacked up. The average price of a home in 2004 was $184,000.
Yep.
It's now over $500,000 20 years later. Crazy. So I like the way they're laying out these themes. I think it's a very good idea. And I think there will be a stark contrast between what we see at the RNC versus the DNC, and the DNC with all the protests and all the calls possibly for Biden to still be stepping down. I think it's going to be a mess.
Yep, I agree. 855-839-1210. Coming up on the other side, we will get to our morning mystery movie clip and then what's on the cut sheet part due, and also a little bit of fun. I'm not sure how many people throughout the years have been a fan of The Simpsons, but some of their most eerie predictions have actually come true. And most recently, just a night ago, a 28-year-old prophecy finally fulfilled. But I've got 6 other ones that are political in nature or social or cultural that I think this audience will resonate with that have come true. They might be the smartest people of all time. The Simpsons, go figure. We'll hit on that fun story before we get to the cut sheet part due. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up next. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Countless financial firms have promised the security and peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. But those imitators never last. Only crash-proof retirement can guarantee market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees in a legally binding recorded financial meeting.
Janice Barbero, Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we don't have to worry about making up any money that we've lost. So if the market goes down, we don't worry. And that interest that we made the year before, that never goes away. I do think Crash Proof Retirement's original. They're the real deal. I don't think anybody else could give that kind of service.
Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country willing to make all promises and guarantees legally binding by recording all financial meetings. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 70% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, pain-relieving anti-inflammatories, natural immunity boosters, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 70% off all natural solutions for your highs and lows, from high blood pressure, cholesterol, low energy, testosterone. Rescue's got you covered. Hurry on over. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Nothing but a good time on Kayal and Company. That's how we do it, Monday through Friday.
We start at 6 a.m.
And we end at 10 a.m. And then the Dawn Show takes over, and then Dom, and then Rich, and then a whole bunch of other stuff. What a day, what a day.
Already.
Are you going to get any sleep tonight, by the way?
No.
6 hours of radio, family stuff, Trump 47.
Woo, I'm pumped.
You're going to be like the opposite of Joe Biden. Joe Biden goes 6 hours a day total. You do 6 hours of radio.
That's right.
And then the rest of your stuff.
I know. All the rest of this stuff. On the fields. I can't believe the schools. My son, David, they did football. There's no reprieve. Even during the heat wave, they're out there working hard. I love it. I love it. They're out there on the football field, then on the shot put and discus, jav.
Mm-hmm.
All the kids out there. It's a work ethic. As you know, you played. I don't know if Sean Farish played football, but Nick Kayal did.
I can see Sean being a baseball player. Were you a baseball guy, Sean?
I was. Yeah, I loved baseball. Center field. Anything hitting my zip code, I was, and things in neighboring zip code, I was able to get to. Also, it's great.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, Donna, you played football, but back in my day, they said water was for cowards when it was heat. You had to be mentally tough. Nowadays, it's no pads in July and
can't even do 2-a-days anymore.
Can't even do 2-a-days anymore, and water every 5 minutes. And these young kids these days, I tell you.
Well,
and they're all getting hurt.
I know, but you know what?
Tearing ACLs.
Yep.
Because I think it's the fake turf. We have fake news. We have fake. I think it's even the NFL. They're talking about that.
It's the CNN of turf.
Yes.
It's the fake turf.
Exactly. Fake grass.
Fake grass.
Cheap fakes.
Cheap fakes, indeed.
Cheap fake.
Yes.
It's funny.
A couple of fakes. Next thing you know, your ACL goes. All right, 9:24. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How do I talk to you, Arthur? So you hear me. Like a child? Like a nut? Like everything's fine? What's the secret? Because I need you to hear me.
Well, I hear everything.
Then hear this. You need help. Before this goes too far, you need help. Now, you got great cards here. If you keep your close...
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
I wonder what that movie is, and why did that voice sound so familiar? Caller 12-855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets to see Disney's Aladdin in concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra coming up Saturday, July 27th at the TD Pavilion at the Mann Center for the Performing Arts. Caller 12-855-839-1210. For more information and tickets, visit mancenter.org. Best of luck to you. We'll get to the cut sheet part due in just a moment. Sean Ferris, are you a Simpsons fan?
Not really. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I've never watched it regularly, but they have a reputation for predicting things. So I always enjoy these types of stories.
This is very interesting. Yeah, I was never a hardcore Simpsons fan. I would have stretches throughout my childhood where I'd watch it for a couple of weeks, or I'd be more invested in one season versus the other. And then eventually I checked out. I tuned out. Dawn, you, Larry Bear, the boys, Simpsons fans?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I know a lot of people enjoy it on a Sunday night, especially in the fall when the new seasons come out after football's over. The Simpsons, Family Guy, those types of animated sitcoms. So apparently they nailed another prediction, and it came to fruition 28 years later, as this past week it appears that Cypress Hill will did a duet with the London Symphony Orchestra. And apparently that was a prediction from The Simpsons years ago. And the Daily Mail wrote a column just giving the bullet point breakdown of all of their predictions that have come true in the past. And there's a bunch of topical stuff that we talk about on this show, on this station, that they've nailed. And I just want to go through the 6 that I think will resonate with our audience. Number 1, they predict, and I didn't know this because I was not a diehard through and through, so some of this might not be a surprise to those listening that are Simpsons fans, but for people like Sean and I that maybe are not hardcore into it, this is a surprise. They predicted that Donald Trump would run for president and become the president of the United States. I mean, that is absurd. I mean, I don't know what episode that was. This was actually, see if I can, this was in a 2000 episode. So 16 years later, that prediction came true. They also said that AI robots would take over in season 23. In an episode in 2012, they projected that AI robots would take over the world. We now know that artificial intelligence is massively accelerating at warp speed. They also predicted in a 1995 episode in Lisa's wedding, I actually remember this episode, but I don't recall this part, that smartwatches would become a thing, saying Lisa apparently predicted that you'd be able to communicate through the device on your wrist. They also predicted the Ebola outbreak back in a 1997 episode. And then in 2014 and 2015, 11,000 people died across the globe from Ebola. They also projected, Sean, hold on to your Maricopa County hat here, faulty voting machines in U.S. elections. And this was from a 2008 episode where Homer attempts to vote for Barack Obama, but the voting machine repeatedly registers him to vote for John McCain.
Whoa.
If only that actually happened.
If only that actually happened. And also, in a 1995 episode, another episode where Lisa gets married, they predicted video calling would become a thing, and now we live in a world with FaceTime and Zoom and virtual meetings, and Sherelle Parker losing her mind saying, hey, you other 20% of you bozos, get back to work, no more virtual. So how about that? The Simpsons, nailing things that maybe some of us never saw coming or didn't know.
I love it.
Until now.
I guess it was, I don't know, was the episode, it was produced, remember when Trump did a third-party run? So I guess that's part of it, that they predicted it at that point, but back in 2000.
Yeah, not bad. Might have to see if they have any predictions on any football games coming up that I could throw a few bucks on in case Stalker goes cold. All right, 9:30. Let's find out what we have lined up for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2.
All right, What's on the cut sheet, part 2. We got a bunch of stuff. I've got some Biden. I've got a little Trump. One more from the SAVE Act. A couple of crazy videos. But Dawn gave us just about, let's call it 45, 50 minutes ago in her Big 3, the story of a pig, the fat pig, the 300-pound pig, Rosie. Rosie, the curly-haired pig that got loose. Phil Almquist was able to track down a small little excerpt from a newscast. This is clip 37. And, Dawn, you described the way the pig looked. We'll hear the newscast. And then, Phil, if you could freeze it, and we'll break down the pig's current makeup. And maybe Sean Farish can compare and contrast that to Chris Christie. Clip 37, Piggy on the Loose.
Well, several Good Samaritans came to the rescue of a runaway pig on the Schuylkill Expressway today. Authorities say Dorothy, a 1-year-old pig, hopped over a trailer door and broke out onto I-76 here in King of Prussia this afternoon. A woman who was fostering Dorothy was taking her to the vet at the time. Well, Dorothy ran about a mile down the expressway before some Good Samaritans stopped to help wrangle her. Fortunately, traffic wasn't impacted, although there were probably a few disgruntled drivers.
How about that? The pig ran a mile down the Schuylkill, and then he realized it was way too hot out, and I'm done with doing this nonsense. I'm not going to run anymore. It's too hot for this garbage. Phil, if we could go back and just freeze the picture of the pig. Sean Farish, any resemblance to Chris Christie there?
Well, I would say, you look at the size, you look at everything that's going on, Chris Christie, but I would say probably too small. I don't think it's the right size for the pig. 300 pounds is, as you said, Chris Christie on Ozempic. I would say this looks more like Rosie O'Donnell, maybe Joy Behar, or maybe even Whoopi Goldberg, who was named after the whoopee cushion because of what she sounds like and how she smells. That much I can tell you.
Ew.
Speaking of Donald Trump, Len, you mentioned Joy Behar there, which is a perfect segue. Let's go to clip 22, boys, because there is a possibility, right? There is a legitimate chance that it could be Donald Trump against Kamala Harris. If Joe steps aside and the Veep is second in command and only she can get the cash and only she can get the delegates and they can't leapfrog her because it's sexist, it's racist, it's the whole shebang, we could have a Trump-Kamala confrontation coming up this fall. Clip 22, Joy Behar goes off on Donald Trump for calling Kamala Harris Laughing Kamala. Clip 22.
What really ticks me off about him, though, is this laughing Kamala remark. It's such a sexist remark because a guy I was with over the weekend, a friend of mine, they said Kamala's laugh annoys me. Remember they said that about Hillary's laugh, that she was cackling. And men, they don't like a funny woman. They're afraid if you laugh or you make a joke that maybe you'll do that when they're in bed with you. It's like this fear of women's laughing and comedy. Yes. That's very good psychotherapy. And what was that reference to the Washington Monument? Well, looks very much like a penis to me.
You're on fire today.
Just saying.
So, Sean, now making fun of a female's laugh or a cackle, which all of society does. Men, women, Democrats, Republicans. There's not a person on planet Earth that doesn't think Kamala has a laughing issue. Now that is sexist, that is racist, and men don't like funny women. That's your girl, Joy Behar.
Yeah. I think Joy Behar, let's do pot calling the kettle black, because Joy Behar has easily one of the most annoying voices and laughs that I think I've ever heard. I mean, nails on a chalkboard for about 15 straight out. I would rather listen to an audio track of nails on a chalkboard on repeat, full blast in my ears on a 16-hour flight from New York to New Zealand before I watched an hour of The View and listen to Joy Behar. Like there is nobody with a voice. I'll listen to Kamala cackle before I listen to that much time, spend that much time listening to Joy Behar.
I'd rather hear Fran Drescher than Joy Behar, and she's painful to listen to.
Yeah, I think Joy Behar is upset because she knows that, by people like us making fun of a woman's cackle, that it actually damages Joy's brand, I think.
Oh, that makes sense.
Dawn, as a female, your response to the accusation that men only like females that laugh in the bedroom?
I would think men, first of all, you don't want a woman you're with to laugh.
No, we want the
in
hawk.
the bedroom.
We want the hawk Tua.
Right? But I mean, what is she laughing at? So I also think that Trump was wise. That's why he was wise to say it was a laugh, LAFF. He said it was a laugh. He never said cackle. He never said all the stuff that we have said, right?
Yeah.
But he just said all that laugh because she laughs at inappropriate moments.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Right.
It's not just her laugh.
Right.
It's that she's at a serious event, and even people who go to the event think, what is her deal? What is she on? Because we're talking about some serious issues, and she's up there looking around with that look on her face.
Yeah, she's not funny. Hillary's not funny, and both of their laughs are painful. Some people have an annoying, uncomfortable, bizarre laugh. Other people have a funny laugh that when you see them laugh, it makes you laugh.
Yes.
Everybody has a different laugh. Kamala's is very cringe. But you see what they're doing, though? They're already setting the template and setting up the whole campaign. If it becomes Kamala, they are going to make this about every single thing under the sun that has nothing to do with policy. It'll be about race. It'll be about sex. It'll be about gender ideology. And anybody in the next, let's just say, I don't know, in 2 weeks, Joe's replaced. From that date through November 5th, all you're going to hear is the identity politics smorgasbord in defense of Kamala Harris. And anybody under the sun that questions Kamala Harris, says they're not going to vote for her, whether they're a Republican, a MAGA Republican, a Trump supporter, a moderate, a conservative, right-wing, libertarian, anybody that's anti-Kamala is a man who can't live with the fact that there could be a female president. They're setting the stage for it.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
Has nothing to do with sexism. They just want to they want to have something to say, I guess, because they think about it. They cannot say, well, look at her accomplishments.
No. What has she done? She's failed in every category she's been given. Every assignment.
The only border is that she's been to is the bookstore.
And now that's out of business.
She knows
I
how to
think.
read.
Right.
Yeah.
Now they call it Barnes & Noble.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to a couple of more clips here. You want to go into the world of crazy, or would you rather go Chip Roy? I'll let you, Sean Ferris. I'll let you pick. It's like dealer's choice here. What do you want?
When in doubt, go crazy, baby. Let's go.
All right, let's go crazy. Let's get weird. It's a Big Boy Thursday. Our president's speaking coming up in just about 8 hours. Boys, let's go to clip number 10. As NBC sent a news crew down to report on a robbery at Lululemon in Washington, D.C., and as the NBC crew was there, another robbery occurred as they were filming. Clip 10, more retail theft in our nation's capital.
We were here looking into the earlier crime when this happened. The video shows 3 women. 2 were wearing surgical masks, grabbing big armfuls of clothing from the Lululemon store on Clarendon Boulevard in Arlington. They appeared to be in no hurry. One woman stopped to pick up items falling out of her overloaded arms. The video was taken at 7:11 p.m. That is only 2 hours after the store had been targeted for an earlier organized theft crime. In that case, 2 women grabbed armloads of pricey athletic wear and walked out without paying. We're not sure if the same people were involved in both cases.
And of course, as a Lululemon employee, I'm sure it's in the company manual and the employee handbook. Do not attempt to intervene. Do not attempt to detain them and take back the product, or we will fire you. And you might also, because it's in Washington, D.C., end up being charged by the prosecutors. They won't prosecute those who shoplift. They will charge the employees with restraining or assaulting the shoplifter. And by the way, if you want to go as a shoplifter this year for Halloween, you can get the costume, the whole kit. All you need is a COVID mask. Embarrassing.
It is. It is. The whole robbery thing is, you see these liberal cities devolving into chaos, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are businesses in Oakland and every major metropolitan city that are now having to train their employees to deal with robbers, and they're wearing body cams. I mean, they're not cops. They're stocking shelves in a Macy's. They shouldn't have to worry about, robberies and assaults and all of this stuff going on. Coffee shops, people who work in a Starbucks aren't supposed to have their security license, and yet that's what's happening now.
Mm-hmm. All right, one more from the category of crazy, and then we'll wrap up with one more Joe Biden comment. We've got a little bit more of Fetterman from his appearance on Jesse Waters last night. But clip number 11, boys. A man on social media, courtesy of our friends Libs of TikTok on X, has a breakdown over the fact that he was misgendered, and he says it shouldn't be happening because he's wearing a dress and he's got makeup on, and people should know that he is a woman. Clip 11.
Just because I had a bit of a jarring experience here. I went into the bank. I was trying to change my name on my account, which apparently I can't do because my ex and I still have a joint account, so my ex needs to be present so I can change my name and it reflects on both accounts. Regardless of that, the girl who was doing it had a question, and she calls her coworker over like, well, he's trying to change his name on his account, and I'm like, she kind of like looks at me a little bit and is like, oh, I'm sorry, and just like writes it off. But like, I'm just like, you read both names. Like, she had both my IDs and my legal name change paperwork in front of her.
Both IDs.
So,
30 million.
you know
can't
what my
get an
name's
ID.
going to. Number 2, I look and sound like this. I know I'm 6 feet tall, but girl, come on. I'm wearing a dress.
Come on, girl.
I am wearing a dress.
Thank God you got underwear on.
I am wearing makeup. I'm wearing eyeliner and eyeshadow and everything.
Nose rings.
Like,
oh my
what
God.
do I have to fucking do?
I know.
What do I have to do to, like, just get gendered correctly once while I'm out? Like,
Right.
I know it's happened
Just
before,
one time.
but, like, when I'm doing something, like, official like this, it's been so annoying that, like, it's just like, oh, well, he needs this and his and him and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, are you kidding me?
No.
You use your eyes.
Can't even.
Use
Glasses.
your eyes. This isn't rocket science. Like, it's very clear that if you aren't sure, here's a tip. You aren't sure, ask.
There's a blow pop
Ask
there.
what my pronouns are.
Sour apple blow pop, my favorite blow pop personally. So you had everything there. You had the dyed hair, you had the nose ring, you had 4 lip rings, and it's the banker's fault, right? You know, some banker at Citizens Bank is like, yes, sir, I just need, it's ma'am, hello, I'm a woman, I'm in a dress, and I've got makeup on. I love it.
I know
I
what
love how
happened here.
triggered they get, Sean, when you don't play along with their little fantasy.
I know what happened here. Remember the story from earlier in the week? There was the one Ji Zhao that was wearing the wristbands.
Yes,
he
with the
was
pronoun
probably not wearing
bracelets.
those. That's what it was. This one was not indicating how he, she, they, them, it, Jay Zhao wanted to be gendered. And so that's what happened. Now,
Yeah.
if he, she, they, them, thou, Jay Zhao decided to wear those bracelets, never would have happened. So
Yeah.
you know what? Next time, just wear the bracelets. I wouldn't know what to call that.
Yeah. I was just impressed that he had 2 voter IDs. I mean, I
would just say,
like
hey,
Summer Lee told me 30 million Americans can't get one. This cat got 2.
Yeah,
Good
I would
work.
just refer to that person. Hey, Buckaroo. I don't know.
Jennifer Lewis, your thoughts?
I know what mental illness looks like.
I have a full mustache and beard.
All right, that'll do it.
Just all I could think of was run. Just a scary, creepy person.
Yeah. If that was like at Citizens Bank and I walked in, I might close up and just go open a Wells Fargo account.
Listen, why do you think people are quitting all these jobs?
I know.
You know what I mean? That's what you have to deal with, and then God forbid you say the wrong thing, and now you're getting called into your boss's office, and you have to take some retraining or something. It's ridiculous.
All right, we will come back and find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today and what occurred today in music history as we continue Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends with families behind the badge. Bike ride coming up. We are just 10 days away. I just did 10 miles yesterday. Ride number 1, the warm-up underway, 93 degrees yesterday. I was sweating. The butt feels good. The wrists feel good. I'm going to bang it out again. And if you want to do it with me, you can. 65 miles from Philly to AC, 30 miles from Hamilton, ben2shore.org. That is the website, ben2shore.org. And when you sign up with the code NIC1210, they'll take $25 off your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org, promo code NIC1210. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey support law enforcement. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
Next week, Rich Zioli will be at the center of the political universe in Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention. Listen afternoons 3 till 7 every day next week for live coverage of breaking news, the inside scoop from top political experts, what's happening on the convention floor, and the issues that matter most to you.
Which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom? Power always resides with the people, always.
Rich Zioli live from the Republican National Convention. Afternoons 3 till 7 all next week. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
July savings are going on now at Hessert Chevrolet with savings on Silverados and Blazer EVs. Drive home a 2024 Blazer EV with 1.9 APR for 36 months up to $3,500 off MSRP, or a new Silverado 1500 for $389 per month for 36 months with $4,500 off MSRP. July savings are here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
You know I'm loco.
Very fitting song to be coming back to after that last clip on the cut sheet. One lady who's not crazy. Oh, actually, I take that back. I don't know. She works so much. Maybe she is crazy. She's the great Dawn Stensland. The Dawn Show coming up in 10 minutes. We find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, so we'll talk a lot about Philadelphia, the Pennsylvania budget. By the way, we still don't have a budget. What is going on with the budget crunch here in Philadelphia? All of the different shootings, what Philadelphia police are now saying about that clerk who was shot and killed during what looks like a robbery. Talk about that. Sherelle Parker in her administration in court. What's going to happen? As she says, she is at war trying to get the city to come back to work and revive Philadelphia. And, of course, we're on the watch. Johnny Doc, how long will he be behind bars? That's sentencing. And Gold Bar Bob. So the fate of these powerful men, power brokers, if you will, we may learn it between 10 and noon. We got it all covered live and local.
I'm looking forward to it. Also looking forward to tonight at 5:30 as Joe Biden will have his big boy press conference. Sean, you'll actually be live doing your show on Rumble at that time, correct?
I am, and I got to figure out because here's what's really going on. It's crazy. Thursday's always crazy days. So I have my show Rumble running from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm also on Newsmax with Carl Higbee at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So I usually have a little mix and match going on where I'll come on live for the first 10 or 15 minutes. Then we'll run a pre-recorded segment for 30 minutes and then come back on after the Newsmax hit. But if Biden's having his big boy press conference, I'm going to have to break into that somehow. So the wheels are turning on how to make it all work, but I promise we will make it all work.
All right. And
Cool.
we will chat, and you will be with us again tomorrow morning. But before we get out of here today, let's find out what occurred today in music history. Today.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, July 11th. We celebrate the birthdays of Richie Sambora from Bon Jovi, who's now 65, Suzanne Vega, who's also 65, and heavily birthday shout-outs to Bonnie Pointer of the Pointer Sisters and John Lawton of Uriah Heep. We also lost Tommy Ramone on this day in 2014 and Rob Grill from the Grassroots in 2011. Singles include Space Oddity by David Bowie in 69, as well as Honky Tonk Women by the Stones on the same day. Albums include the White Album by Fleetwood Mac in 75, Voodoo Lounge by the Stones in 94, and Sacrifice by Motorhead in 1995. Also in 2002, the funeral for John Entwistle took place. In 87, Heart was atop the singles chart with Alone. In 70, Three Dog Night was atop the singles chart with Mama Told Me Not to Come. But lastly, a couple rock replacement stories took place on this day. In 90, Steven Adler was fired by a GNR for drug use. And in 82, Phil Collin replaced Pete Willis in Def Leppard, who was fired for excessive consumption on the job, which is not good. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
Nice work out of Ferrari Phil here on this Thursday morning.
Ferrari Phil.
It's Ferrari Phil Umquist and Henry Machette. I think I got it right. Machette.
Hank.
Spot on.
We call him
Spot on. Hank. Hammer and Hank. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Dawn, good luck tonight at your event.
Thanks.
Sean, good luck with Newsmax and everything you've got going on today. Biden at 5:30. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as our favorite senator would say,
good night, everybody.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy